Hello, everyone. Hey, Blasians, Social Lust. Nice to see you here. Today's the day, the second Oh! Really? I didn't know that. Second GOP debate. Let's see here. I'm just setting up. I thought I was done, but obviously I'm not. Why isn't anything happening here? Hold on, give me a second. I'll be right back.
Stage tomorrow night at the Ronald Reagan Presidential
Was my mic off the whole time? My mic was off the whole time. We'll take it again. Doug Burgum. Yeah. Now you can hear me. Okay. Doug Burgum. Nobody cares about you. Who are you? Why are you still in the race? How much are you polling at? GOP polling. Doug Burgum is going to be at the bottom. Unless Mike Pence maybe. Yeah, Mike Pence might. Burgum 1.2. Like, how you're not going to improve this, okay? Who's heard? So again, irrelevant. Nobody cares. Get on with your life. I don't know what you do. I don't care. Tim Scott, you're suspected of being gay, and you're confirmed of being black. Again, now, I don't care. I absolutely do not care. But the voters do. Nikki Haley, woman. I don't care. The voters are definitely gonna care. Vivek Ramaswamy, Indian. I don't care. But the voters do. How much is he? What's he at? Ramaswamy, 6.1%. That's how little people care. Wait, wasn't he neck and neck? Or didn't he surpass DeSantis at some point? Vivek. No. How do you spell it? Whatever. I can actually spell Ramaswamy easier. Tied with DeSantis. Each of them have 10% support. It's not reflected here. And I'm guessing this is aggregate. Average for each Republican candidate and primary polls. Yeah, this is an average of all aggregated polls. So in one poll or some polls, Ramaswamy is is neck and neck with DeSantis, but on the average, he's not. Again, I don't care that you're Indian, but your voters clearly do. Mike Pence, you certified the votes. I know you didn't have a choice, but the voters don't. Chris Christie, you're fat. No, you're out of all of these people. I mean, I'd take Nixon over this crop of Republicans. I'd go back to Reagan over these crop of people. Christie, where are you? 2.8%. You're not gonna make it. You can't go after Trump, okay? There's already one fat guy in the race. Okay, let's keep it at that. Okay, let's just be honest with ourselves here. Ron, come on, Ron. You know you're not gonna do anything. You know nothing's gonna happen. You know you're not gonna win. You're polling above everyone else, but it's not even close. Why didn't you sit this one out? Like, had he sat this one out, DeSantis, out of all of these, had DeSantis waited until the next election and been a Trump supporter through and through, he'd have the nomination in the bag. Maybe, like, run as a VP candidate, like everyone aside from these three are doing. Maybe. I don't know. What's Trump gonna do? Union strike. Trump union strike speech. That's today. Will the UAW picket Trump's rally in Detroit? Trump's speeches are terrifying echoes of those heard in Europe in the 1930s. Not far off. They are appeals to labor by candidates supported by heavy armed fascist political formations. Yes, they are. Is not only their interest to oppose Trump. Trump's speech are terrifying echoes of those heard. Okay. But will they? Oh yeah. As he shipped Trump ship auto jobs to Mexico. Why are they always so stupid? Here. Like, these are the jobs that he sent to Mexico. The auto workers. Do not forget. At least I hope they don't. Oh, good. Okay, good. Finally, someone with balls in that position. I mean, I knew he had balls based on what he's been doing. But I had no idea. Like, they from my experience, what I've seen from afar, I don't see union leaders get into the politics of things often. So I'm glad they are not holding back. I am glad of that. Because unions, especially in America, I believe, have always been the place for organizing, for left-wing organizing. It's always been where you can find the people who are willing to listen to you, who is willing to listen to left-wing arguments and go along with them and agree with them, because they are the workers. They are the ones needing that type of... I'm going to try something here. I'm going to try to be more zoomed out. See how that feels. Anyway, unions are desperately needed in American politics at the moment. I see. Okay, we have to. So, we all know who the least charismatic person, I think, ever, not just my lifetime, but throughout the history of the world, the least charismatic person is not your mom, is not your dad, is not even you. It is Max Blumenthal. We all know that. Like, I'll pull up a quick video here. Max Blumenthal. Let's just take a random... Here, a 7-year-old video. And you'll see here that he hasn't evolved over the years at all.
And they produce no stability.
Media is biased towards Israel. It seems obvious. It's like saying water's wet and the sky is blue, and Judas told the Romans where Jesus slept. A CNN executive admitted that he helped write Netanyahu's speech to Congress.
Exactly. And then when I'm in...
Okay, that's from 7 years ago. And then we go...
When a plane's ally Ukraine speculated...
Come on.
But that is I fired.
Well, I've been working out for the last hour and a half, so I really can't.
Ha. I don't want the hill. I want his show. I searched for Max Blumenthal, and they're so low ranked in the search results that the Hill comes up first. I'm pretty sure, I'm very sure that the gray zone is older than the Hill. Or rising on the Hill at least. No, oldest. 7 years ago. And rising. That's not rising. Like 5 years. We're not even at rising yet. Which is all they do now. Here we go. Oh, that's even before.
Last night.
I need to see that. I need to see that. I need to see that.
Last night, Hill TV was invited to the White House to speak to the president on a broad...
Buck Sexton, what happened to you? Buck Sexton. Radio and television host. Clay Travis and Buck Sexton talk. Blah, 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 blah. The first TV. I wonder... Former CIA officer. He's a former CIA officer.
broad range of topics. I was a part of that.
But yeah,
conversation
5 years
along
ago.
with our own.
There we go. No, he's still being interviewed. I don't want the interview. Is this him though? No, it's not him. Blumenthal, come on.
Including one in the Republic of Georgia.
Here we go.
Well, thanks for confronting these collusion. This belief was a first time.
Yeah, what does that say about our media culture? I mean, she goes on Bill Maher all the time. She's on all these talk shows outside of her own domain in MSNBC, and she never has to answer for this. Just years.
He never has to answer to this. Oh, sorry. I need the dead stare as well, and the very zoomed in here. Oh, and open. She never has to answer to this. What does it say about our intelligence community? If she can go on talk shows and spew that, like it's deadpan. It's not deadpan. That's the wrong word, because deadpan can be fun. This is monotone, completely boring. Oh my God. Okay, before, okay. I didn't mean this, but I need it, okay? This is from a month ago. Who is Max Blumenthal? The Gaze digital platform. Harrowing accounts from... Okay, so this is a... are they Vatniks? The Gaze. Now that's a bad name for the Gaze. Outlet? No. TV? Like I said, it's a bad name. It's a bad name. It's an obvious... For all things East Berlin. Polling map, Germany. Like very, very... East Berlin, specifically. Let's see here. There we go. AFD, that's the far right. Like, they don't want to say it, but they are the neo-Nazi party, okay? That's the new Nazi party, specifically. And they are the blues. And you can see here, East Germany, which was occupied by Russia. Kind of heavily leaning towards AFD, okay? So this is... okay.
About have called me everything from a left-wing hack to a sociopath to even a self-hating Jew.
This joke is Max Blumenthal, a son of former Bill Clinton aide Sidney Blumenthal, and he's our next useful idiot candidate. Max used to be a well-respected journalist working for outlets like the New York Times, the LA Times, and Al Jazeera. But somewhere around 2015, a switch flipped and he began publishing materials consisted of Russian propaganda about the Nazi coup in Kiev.
Wait. Oh, UATV. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Wait. But this is the same guy. What? What? Okay, I'm guessing this is ironic then.
Or the genocide of Russian-speaking population in Donbass. Taking leave of his gray matter, he set up a far-left website called The Gray Zone, which has downplayed Chinese persecution of the Uyghurs and Assad's human rights abuses in Syria. Since when did the left start literally standing up for authoritarian regimes?
I actually grew up in...
Oh my God, okay. That's what I wanted to watch. This is what you're taking my... Okay, I'm going to watch this now, okay? And then we're going to return to that video. Because interesting, very interesting. But Max Blumenthal, the least charismatic person ever, decided, because he's friends with hack comedian Jimmy Dore, that he too has the chops to become a comedian. And you know what? To be fair to Max Blumenthal, if you are next to Jimmy Dore, it is very easy to be funny. I'm just being fair here. But let's see if we can find some actual humor here.
Mars, I need the javelins. Give me the cluster munitions. He's walking around like snorting, acting like a pimp. Bitch better have my money. Bitch better have my cluster bombs. He's snorting all the time. I'm like, so that's why we have an Adderall shortage. It all went to Ukraine and the aid. Hunter Biden's like, Dad, what the fuck, man? You gave my stash to that fucking Ukrainian elf. How could you?
This is only funny in the same way as Steven Crowder is funny to a very, 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 very specific audience. That's all this is funny for. I have no doubt that Zelensky is doing drugs. Of course he is. He's in the middle of a fucking war. Lots of soldiers are doing drugs during wars to keep themselves alert. I'm doing drugs outside of war. This is a prescription. YouTube, do not assume anything here. I'm doing drugs. Of course he is. He's under immense pressure. He can probably he cannot sleep at night, that easily at least. And then he needs something to, be awake during the day. I don't blame him if he needs something to get a pickup, keep the war going, keep the morale up, whatever.
I actually grew up in D.C. during the crack epidemic, and as I watched Zelensky, getting more and more desperate, he's starting to remind me of the pipeheads that used to follow me home from school. He's like, it's never good enough for him. He's like, the cluster bombs, Biden. They're not hitting like they used to. I need the big one, Biden. I need the nuclear weapon. I need the nuclear... I'll suck your dick, Biden. Mars.
Yeah. I tried to... So that's what uncharismatic humor sounds like, I guess.
DC during the crack epidemic, and as I watched Zelensky, I mean, getting more and more desperate. He's starting to remind me of the pipeheads that used to follow me home from school. He's like, it's never good enough for him. He's like, I need the nuclear weapon. I need the nuclear. I'll suck your dick, buddy. What I think really happened was that a Biden official, like Tony Blinken or something, came to Vladimir Zelensky and said, we can't find another Jewish guy to cover up for all this Nazi shit. We're just going to have to get like a Nazi guy in there. So you have to stay in there for as long as possible.
Remember the max. Is he 129? What did he say here? They call me a self-hating Jew.
Through even a self-hating Jew.
This is so MTV, by the way. 90s, 2000s MTV. Wait, he did stand-up back then? No. He did stand-up back then? This isn't a new thing? Oh, that's even more embarrassing. That's even more embarrassing. But right, he's right here. He's just calling Zelensky a self-hating Jew. That's all he's doing here.
He's Jewish. And Zelensky was like, okay, just going to keep it going.
I think at this point, the word Nazi has begun to lose its meaning. So let me just ask you this. Do Nazis have a free press, democratic elections, freedom of speech, meaningful political opposition? Because Ukraine has all those things. You know who doesn't? A f***ing Russia. And I guess China and Saudi Arabia and, well, the list actually goes on, so a lot. But we in Ukraine are fighting to defend our country, our homes, our families. And Ukraine has never once asked for the US or UK or any of our allies to fight this war for us. All we have asked is to give us the things we need to win. So yes, we want cluster bombs. Yes, we want F-16s. No, we don't want nukes. And while it may be fun for champagne socialists like Max to play around with provocative attention-seeking opinions, the reality is that people are dying in Ukraine. Not just soldiers, not just first responders, but all people, women, and children. So this is for you, Max. You won yourself the #1 spot on our Useful Idiots board.
I can think of at least one more here, or two people even, perhaps. Maybe 4 people, maybe even 5, 6 people I can think of deserves to be up on this board. But okay, so this is like a Ukrainian international directed John Oliver type of show then. Okay, I like it. I like it. It's a good thing. Good. It's a propaganda. It's an information war out there, and they need every help they can get. I actually want to look at more of this on my spare time, so I'm gonna just add it there. So yeah, the oh my god, okay. 50 views.
Surrender because the Ukrainian groups were nationalistic, the Nazis, and all of that propaganda. They told.
Okay, these guys could really use a some way of reaching a wider audience. Maybe it's not even fun. The thing we watched wasn't so much fun as it was like just pointing at the boring stuff and saying, "Look how boring." Like I do. Like I'm no better when it comes to Max Blumenthal. He's boring. Okay, he's a boring, useful idiot for Russian for Russian propaganda. I am no better than they are here. I'm just pointing out that they are probably in need of more than that. Oh, I unlocked a core memory today, actually. Today. Someone asked on Twitter if men just walk around, thinking of what if someone attacks me? What if someone walks through the kitchen door with the machine gun, you know? And this woman asked, do all men think like this? I'm like, I do. Partially because of my training. I'm not trying to brag. I'm not trying to, like, it's not, and it isn't a brag even, but it might sound like a brag to some people. It's not a brag. I'm not bragging. It's not cool. I'm not cool. I am the biggest dork you'll ever come across. Okay? My girlfriend learned that a few months into our relationship, though. She thought I was cool in the beginning. And I'm still riding that wave, boys. I'm still riding that wave. God, it feels good to be a gangster sometime. No, but anyway. So, I've been trained in, well, first of all, military training, okay? Okay. As I'm a sergeant, I've already talked about that, whatever, yada, yada, yada. I found some of the papers from that actually today. When I was looking for grades and employment statuses or employment papers for this job thing. But I also have been a security guard. I've trained martial arts quite extensively. Like I've done a lot of things, and then I just, my ADHD goes that way. Okay, when I'm sitting down at a table in a restaurant, I'm thinking, if I was a gangster, if I was a, well, you know what? I actually have the perfect picture for this. This is me and my girlfriend my ex-girlfriend, when I was studying in, why is her feet cut off here? Wait, can I, no, that's on my phone, whatever. This was when I studied in Thunder Bay, Ontario, Canada. Hugin is ex-CIA Ops Space Force Special Forces. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Oh, I'm a gangster here, okay? So there's like a pop-up photo booth thing where you could choose between like cowboy or gangster or something else, I believe. And it was fun. It was a fun memory to have. And I found that image today as I was looking through it. It was taken in December 11th, 2011. I have the image here. So I just found it. Okay, so when I'm sitting down at restaurants, I'm thinking of this, okay? I am like, if I was a gangster, I would not be sitting here because my back is, well, it's open. It's for anyone who can walk in here. So I'd sit in a corner booth with walls behind me, probably not too far away from an escape route, but absolutely having a wall to my back to maximize security, you know? And I can look out over the restaurant, see anything suspicious, you know? And then I just, you do people watching. And as you do people watching, you're imagining things. Are they a secret spy? Why are they walking that way? What is in the briefcase? Stuff like that, you know? It's just fun. Anyway, the core memory that unlocked because of this was when I was living in Gothenburg, where I was sitting at a restaurant. It's a dive, a real, like, a lot of communist socialists go there. It's kind of, or went there at least. It's near the left-wing party's headquarters in Gothenburg. So there's a lot of people with those leanings there. And with those leanings comes a clientele that you might not expect always. such as, or be wanted, such as the not the homeless necessarily, but the downtrodden, the alcoholics, stuff like that. And me and some friends were sitting down at the table, and I could see two older gentlemen who were very drunk having an argument. I didn't think twice about it. I didn't care that much. But I took notice, and I could see them. And I had my back against the wall, so I could see the whole restaurant or the whole bar. And they start arguing, and one of the guys goes into the toilet. And then the other guy follows with a bottle. The door swings open. It closes. It opens. It closes. It opens. And I see blood. It's blood everywhere. Okay? The walls are covered in blood at this point. I'm like, oh my fucking God, he's murdering him. And I've been in these situations few times by now. Not this bloody though. Usually it's someone getting beat up on the street. Two women. My mind goes blank. Okay? I don't think. I just act. I don't think about my own safety. That needs to be stopped. And if not me, then who? So I stand up on the bench, the padded bench. I just stand up. I look down at the table and I just walk between the glasses, jump down on the floor, and marches towards the bathroom, where I pull out the guy with the bottle, and I throw him down on the floor. He's drunk. He's old. I was like 21, 22 at this point, something. I don't know if I would dare to do that today, or if I would do that today. But back then, I things went blank. I didn't consider my own safety here. And he drops the bottle while I'm pulling him away. And again, I would never tell anyone to do this. I don't recommend anyone doing something like this. I don't recommend myself doing something like this. I wouldn't tell myself back then that I should do this, okay? But I do have extensive training. I do know how to handle myself in these situations. But the thing is, as soon as he was on the floor and the other guy comes stumbling out, and I'm like, oh my God, it's going to start up again. So I'm like stepping between them, trying to keep it. But they're cool. The guy with I think he got a stab here or something, sits down at the bar with his beer still there. The other guy just stands up, sits down next to him with the beer, and starts drinking, and they start talking. Like, I'm like, oh, okay then. I guess so. Don't try to wet my dry ass P word. I need that.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. There's some.
Can I do this? Is it too much? Am I gonna get a strike if I stream health? I'm gonna see if I get a warning. Okay.
Whores in this house. There's some whores in this house. I said certified freak. 7 days a week. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak.
Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Wet ass P word. Make that pullout game weak. Oh, Ben is such a bully rich target though, isn't he? So I like, and like that's kind of the things I think about. Like, what would I do? Because if I don't have a plan, I guess, I just act. I don't think. I just act. There's no time to think. Now. And I discussed this. Someone was talking about, again, Twitter, whatever. Someone was talking about spies. How did that come about? Whatever. And I mentioned that I think the best spies, based on my zero amount of experience that you know of, that I'm going to tell you about at least. Like, again, I am CIA Special Ops Space Force Special Forces. For sure. But that I'm going to tell you about, I do not have any real-world experience. I've seen spy movies. I've read spy novels. It's a good genre for me, I think. From Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, that author. Some French name. Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy. Author. John Le Carre, who used to be MI5. But he wasn't there for long, I think. Whatever. He used to be MI5, but he has completely, the stories aren't based on anything real. They're or they aren't depicting anything real, but I believe the tradecraft in them are accurate to the time they are depicting, at least. And so based on that, I do think autistic people have an edge when it comes to spycraft. They are good at compartmentalizing. They can set aside their feelings for now to hyper focus on the task at hand. They can ignore pretty much like they have, if they, with the right training, they would be, I'm sure they are the best spies you can have if they get the right training. And then I thought, you know what, people with ADHD have an edge as well. Like thinking under pressure, actually functioning under pressure, needing the pressure to function. So there's a lot of things that neurodivergent people have in common with spycrafting, I believe. But this woman, she went crazy. She's like, what the fuck are you saying? You're describing psychopaths here. I'm like, no. Because I was saying, like, murdering and not showing it to your family or your friends or your loved ones, lying to your family, friends, and loved ones, deceit and all that. I think autistic people with the right training would excel at due to this compartment. But she thought I was like describing a psychopath. But psychopaths, by my account, which means nothing, of course, would make horrible spies. They are violent. They are prone to outbursts. They can't form long-term relationships at all. They are not able to empathize with the other person. And I don't know about you, but spycrafting, I think that entails forming long-term relationships, you know? Not every relationship you're going to have as a spy needs or even should be transactional. You should, I'm guessing spies always have the transactional thing in the back of their head. But just being friends with someone, being their confidant is probably kind of a good thing for a spy. Being able to empathize with someone means you can understand them better, means you can find out what makes them tick, means you're a better spy. Nothing body bagger Now there's a job for a psychopath. Oh, I need to kill someone? Yes, sir. Don't mind if I do. To be fair to psychopaths, not all of them are murderers. Not all of them are criminals even. I do believe psychopaths, just like autistic people, just like ADHD people, neurodivergent in general, have a place and a role in society. We just need to find it. Being cold-hearted, being calculating, being transactional, that's a union boss, baby. You're fighting for the little guy, though. Keep at it. Sorry. Something else I wanted to say. Some other memory just popped up into my head. Whatever. It's not important. Footage. Oh no, it's still images. I wanted the moving pictures. There we go. Yle, a Finnish broadcasting station, I believe the state broadcasting station in Finland, recently uncovered old footage from the 90s, the late Soviet era of Putin, when he lived in South Finland.
Вот тут какая-то компания веселится.
Like this reminds me, like the way they dress, the way the interactions, the speech patterns, like I'm not Finnish. Finnish language isn't even related to Swedish at all, for those who don't know. But some of this do remind me of my childhood fairly well. Like, look at him. Look how goofy he is. Look at the hair. Can we bully Putin at least? Oh, and the red house with white corners, or knutar, knots as it's called in Swedish. And we had... Oh, look at him! Look at him! The polyester tracksuit. Typical 90s. Typical. Unless you're Serbian and it's still popular. Look how normal he is. Not a care in the world. Not a... does he even have a wrinkle yet? The hair is thinning though. It looks like... not Prigozhin, what's in Yanukovych, former Ukrainian president. Okay, I'm not interested in this. Whatever. I just wanted to see Putin. Okay. Speaking... Is it before the war? Which war? There's quite a few of them. The first war Putin was involved in on a military level, because I believe what did I say here? He had some at the time Putin was head of Foreign Relations Committee of St. Petersburg's mayor's office, and St. Petersburg is on the edge of southeast Finland. And that's his ex-wife, even, right? So I believe the first war was the Chechen War, that he was involved in a military capacity. He's been a spy before that, but in a military capacity, I think he led the Chechen War, and that was in the late 90s. No, the first Chechen war then. First Chechen war. No? Okay, it was the second Chechen war then. But then he was already... Okay, so he was already prime minister. Several historians and politicians and commentators hold the view that the successful bombings were coordinated by Russian state security services to help bring the then Prime Minister Vladimir Putin into the presidency. Interesting. No hair having ass loser. Yeah. Not me, though. Not me. Even though I made that joke today that I was thinning, I am not. Like, a little bit here on the sides, perhaps. Like, it's creeping upwards. But I am creeping upwards at 40 as well. So, I mean, I am happy with the hair that I had. My father started losing hair at 25. My grandfather started losing hair at 25. His father, my great-grandfather, started losing hair at 25. Like, there's a gene in my pool that wants me to lose hair. It is not active, thank God. But I was scared for 3 years. Because my brother is 3 years older than me. And he didn't start losing hair. He has my mom... No, let's see. He has my dad's hair type, but my mom's hairline. I have my mom's hair type, but my dad's hairline. So I'm like, oh shit, it's in the hairline gene. God damn it. God damn it. I'm going to lose the hair. So for 3 years, I was quite worried. Which is why I kept it long. Because for one reason, I've had long hair like 4 or 5 times by now. For one reason why I had it long is I liked it. The second reason is it's easier to tell that you're starting to lose hair if it's long. But now those worries are long gone. Long gone. Anyway. The title of this stream is not a joke. I am not facetious. I am not exaggerating. That is relevant. That is relevant, but not that relevant. I'm just trying to figure out how to approach this.
So...
Nope, not yet. Where didn't I? Fine. And we're going to translate this. Translate. I'm going to trans the website, okay? Into English. Not Azerbaijani. Let's detect it. There we go. So, the title is not facetious. I'm not exaggerating when I say that Erdogan possibly, with the help of Putin, or at least string pulling from Putin, is probably helping to fund criminal activity, large criminal gangs in Sweden. What we do know is that the most notorious, the most violent gangster, speaking of gangsters, most violent gangster in Swedish history, I've talked about this before, is being protected by the Turkish state. Now, I don't believe Because he is... Okay, so the way we know this... And let me just give the rundown here then. The way we know this... It all started when I believe a journalist... Oh, you have a new... Let me look at that later, but absolutely. I'll look at your art later. Sure, if you wanna do that, go right ahead. Why would I stop you? I've just thrown things together pretty much. This is the extent of my artistic knowledge. But anyway, the way we know that he's being protected in Turkey is that a journalist, I believe, from Sweden was on vacation in Ankara. I think. No, some tourist location in Turkey. And he noticed this guy, the Kurdish fox, just walking about, and he is on the Interpol. He's on the Interpol list of wanted criminals. He is wanted in Sweden for, among other things, there's a civil war within his organization. And they recruit kids. They recruit kids to do their bidding. Because in Sweden... 14-year-old suspected of murdering... of being murdered, connected to this. Like, this guy is murdered. This guy has also been murdered, 14-year-old. And they're all connected to this douchebag, okay? So he sees the Kurdish fox. And he starts like, that's interesting. And then he sees, I believe, there's something about a bag with a bunch of money that the Kurdish fox forgot somewhere. And the police, it's completely fucked up. The police gets it. And then he just walks into the police station and go, I forgot my bag, and I suspect you might have it. And he claims to be some sailor, and they discover the ruse and they arrest him. While he's being imprisoned and has a warrant with Interpol, he is given a Kurdish citizenship. They gave him a citizenship so that he couldn't be deported to Sweden. Because Turkey doesn't allow the deportation of its own citizens. No matter, apparently, the crime they've committed. They do not allow it. So he is giving this... And this is Turkey giving a Kurdish... a Kurdish person citizenship. Turkey and Kurds are Turkey do not like Kurds, so why do they do this? I had in a previous stream and a previous video even talked about this, about the crime wave and its connections. Like I talked about the I believe, I don't know if I mentioned the Kurdish Fox specifically, but the network, and it's led by a Kurd, and I believe someone asked, do I think it's connected to the Kurdish nationalists, Rojava or the PKK or something? And I went, nah, it's more likely coming from Russia or something. See if I can't find that clip. Here. This is 8 months ago. Shut up. This is 8 months ago, okay? I doubt... Wait, we can actually, work the full, and we can go back about... I'm going to speed up myself, because I was talking way slower back then. I talked about schools and boys. I didn't do a video on it. I wasn't happy with it. But we're seeing a massive flux, a massive increase in violence at the moment. And it seems to be connected to a Kurdish national. That's the Fox. I highly doubt that it is connected to Kurdistan or the what's called the socialist attempt in northern Syria, Rojava. I doubt it's connected to any of those organizations or attempts. What I can believe, however, it wouldn't, let me put it this way, it wouldn't surprise me if Russia have funded our criminal organizations for years at this point, for decades. It would be, I wouldn't even, it wouldn't shock me a little bit. Like I would pop the champagne after this video. But if tomorrow someone said, you know what, we can trace money from Russia to these criminal organizations in Sweden. Of course, why not? Why the fuck not? Of course Russia is funding the Swedish criminal organizations. Of course. I'm just going to do a quick Google search. So this was in relations. I was talking in this video about Russian spies, and I brought this up. But yeah, so I can pop the goddamn champagne. I fucking won. Yay to me. I did it. Okay. Hooray! Hooray! Like I'm like Turkey. Turkey, Russia, really? Turkey, Hungary, Belarus, Russia. It's all connected, okay? It all comes back to a little thing we call fascism. And it all comes back to Putin. Every goddamn time. How often, how long has this been going on? A person, got fucking cat hair in my mouth. A person working, can I get it? Working at a courthouse. Oh yeah, Armenia. They're not. Yeah, that's not. Yeah, we're separate thing. But yeah, fuck them. Oh, not fuck them. But they are fucked. A person working as a clerk at a courthouse that is connected or has brought up a lot of the cases connected to the Kurdish Fox has connections to the Kurdish Fox and has been fired and has been charged with not espionage, but like something really, really bad. I don't know exact name of it in Swedish even, but it's really bad. So not only did the Kurdish Fox get a citizenship in Turkey, which absolutely they knew who he was. Absolutely, they can't have not known who he was. But not only that, but apparently Swedish police attempts or their crackdown of this organization, which is called Foxtrot, apparently, hence the Kurdish Fox. They had an internal document that is highly, highly, highly classified that they were using, where they had mapped out the crimes of the people and the people involved in this organization and how they work and their phone numbers and their yada and their mother and their sister and everything about them was in this document. And the police shared it through diplomatic roads, through the embassies, with Turkey. And just like, I don't think, like maybe a month ago, they apprehend a person connected to the Kurdish Fox, involved in the Foxtrot criminal organization. And then they go through his phone. Because in Sweden, we're allowed to force use your fingerprints or your biometric login credentials. We're allowed to just show your camera to your face and unlock the phone, okay? That's partially what happened with A$AP Rocky when he was arrested here. And he's like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, that's what, like, no, sorry. This is not America, okay? So they open the phone, and what do they find inside the phone of a person in this gang? The fucking document. They find the goddamn document. And they believe, and I think, what I think they've done here, because they are the source that talked to the press about this, they said he is, based on his words alone, you can get secret allowance for secret recordings, for bugging of people on his word alone, pretty much. Like, that's how strong, that's how important he is. And he said the only way this could have ended up in his phone is if Turkey leaked it to them. Turkish diplomats, someone within the State Department or above, somewhere in that chain, someone or multiple people, based on the police allowing the Kurdish Fox just to go after they have apprehended him and he gets a fucking citizenship, someone in that line of command have leaked the fucking document. So the police, they've scrapped the entire fucking thing. The whole operation they had going to crack down on the most violent criminal in Swedish history, who is recruiting kids because they can't be punished if they're below 15 years of age in Swedish law, to murder other people. These are child soldiers he is recruiting. And Turkey blew the entire operation. They have deleted every trace they could of evidence connecting them to the crimes they know the police are aware of. They have burnt every fucking cell phone that they know the police is listening in on. But then the question is, how long did they know this? And did they use this against the police itself? Like counter-espionage. If you've seen The Imitation Game, by the way, see it if you haven't. It's a fantastic movie. One of Benedict Cumberbatch's best movie, I think, he's ever done. Like, it's I wouldn't call it a classic, but it's a movie you have to watch. It is one of those kind of, like, it tells the story of the cracking of the Enigma machine and the first computer, the first digital computer. It tells that story. And in that movie, there's a spy. And I'm going to spoil a little bit here. There's a spy in the movie. And MI6 allows him to send letters to the Soviet Union. What he doesn't know, though, because communications with spies is hard. You don't talk about what you've already given them unless they want you to give them more, you know? What they do then is they apprehend the letters, they open them, they read them, they change them, and then they send them. So they control the flow of information. How much have the Kurdish Fox, the Foxtrot criminal organization, how much have they used this as counterintelligence against the police? There's another event. I think this was when he lived in Iraq. It's a whole story. It's a whole fucking story. One day someone will probably make a video on it. But I believe he lived in Iraq first. Because he was, due to some threat level against him back in 20-something, I believe even late 2018. Like, he was allowed to live in Iraq, released from custody in Sweden for some reason. I'm sure there's going to be an investigation into that release itself. I'm sure there has been investigations into that release itself and why it happened and why it was bad. Whatever. 1,000 things to go over here if I wanted to. But then, so he has been controlling this organization from outside of the country for a long time. And they were going to arrest him in Iraq and send him back to Sweden due to the criminal activities he's been conducting here from afar. Someone tipped him off. So when they knocked down the door where he was supposed to be, where he has been for a long time, where he always slept, the dude was gone. He was nowhere to be found anymore. He fled to Turkey, where at first he lived a quiet life, a secluded life, a life outside of the limelight. But since he got apprehended by the police in the tourist location, which I can't remember the name of, he has been living lavishly. Like, he is a multi-millionaire living lavishly, fine dining in the heart of Turkey right now. How much of the crime wave we've experienced here, how much of failed institutions or failures of institutions, how much of just the crap that is going on, not just in Sweden, but across Europe? Because we know Erdogan does not play nice. We know that. How much of all of that comes from Turkey, comes from Hungary, comes from Russia? How fucking much? Now, I suspect that without these external forces, just imagine America for a moment. Can we do that? Can we, for once in our lives, think of America? See you, Blaze. Thanks for being here. Can we for once think of America? Is that okay? How much have they meddled in fucking over socialist projects in not just Latin America, not just Asia, but in Europe? Back after the World War II, at the start of the Cold War, throughout the Cold War, America funded fascist parties in Europe, especially in the south of Europe. There's a lot of shady things that America has fucking done. They have scaled back a lot of it. Biden, instead of undermining socialists, he's fucking rallied for them. He's giving them assurances. Him and Lula, fucking arm in arm. New revolution, new socialist party coming, okay? Who would have thought, okay? So someone picked up the tab. These organizations aren't going to fund themselves. They have bigger fish to fry. They have democracy to topple. Someone picked up the tab, is what I'm saying. And we know now that Erdogan, Turkey, have absolutely have a hand in it. And I am certain that Putin had his too. We know that Putin, not just the spies in Swedish secret police, not secret police, that's the wrong word, security police, state security police. We know the spies he had there. We know the spy, although he denies it and has sued this Swedish security police, Swedish state security police. He has sued them because he lost a job, because they determined that he was a risk. He was a national security risk. So he wasn't allowed press credentials. He wasn't allowed to work with at the as a clerk or secretary or whatever, some office job with the far right party in parliament. He wasn't allowed to have access to those halls at all due to him, for one, taking a $6 million bribe from a Russian oligarch with close ties to Putin. We know that. There was another spy not that long ago who infiltrated a education, what do we call it? A university that held a digging journalist course for international journalists, for journalists from outside of Sweden. They wanted to spread how we do digging journalism here in Sweden to those places. And among them was a man who claimed to be from Brazil, just like the guy who infiltrated the far-right Sweden Democrats here in Sweden. Sweden Democrats here in Sweden, whatever. Who infiltrated the far-right here in Sweden. They both claimed to be from Brazil, and that is apparently an MO of Russia for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know if they can, if their speech patterns are whatever. There's, for some reason, they choose Brazil as their port of entry, and they claim to be citizens of Brazil. But the guy who infiltrated the far right party They couldn't establish that he was a Brazilian national. They didn't know where he came from. They had no idea. So they said, you know what? He's a national security risk. And it was discovered after we found out who he was. After the story was broken by some news source. They uncovered that he had written a few years prior. He had penned an article in what's called an opinion piece under a pen name, where he claimed to be a left-wing voter. He claimed to be a socialist or something like that. And the arguments he made, and remember, this is the guy working for the far-right Sweden Democrats. In the opinion piece, he argued under the pen name that immigrants should be able to vote in national elections. Now I ask you, why would he write this? This is clearly not just merely propaganda when you write it under a pseudonym. When you write that type of article that then your own party... Oh, Italy's done that as well? Of course they have. Of course they have. Fucking fascists. Literally. Your own party. And this happened. The party used that opinion piece in a way to spread their propaganda. Look at what these left-wing morons want to do. Oh my God. Oh yeah, I've talked about Grigori, Meloni Grigori, something like that. I've talked about her in relation to Jimmy Dore defending her, I believe. Like, we are in an information war, and we've been playing with our both hands tied behind our back this entire time up until the war started. This war is a fucking, like the Ukraine war, the Russian-Ukraine war. It's a blessing in disguise, I believe. Lots of people, not just in Sweden, across Europe, is waking up to the fucking threat of fascism in our own ranks, at our borders. We have a migration crisis at the southern borders of Europe. Italy, Greece, Spain, France. There are millions of people. I don't know if it's millions at this point. I don't know. Migration crisis Europe. Not the 2015 news. Like, this is going to be going on all summer. How many people have come? It's been mostly to Italy as well. So, and this is the stuff. 10,000 irregular migrants arriving on the island of Lampedusa. Like, that's a lot of for a tiny island. From Africa to Europe through the irregular migration route in the central Mediterranean over the past week. Blah, blah, blah. I do believe, I mean, isn't he doing that with Lula Like, isn't that a step in that direction, perhaps? To get out from under the thumb, under the boot of Saudi Arabia, who always tries to tank left or democratic presidents by raising the price of oil when they get into power. Every goddamn time. Again, fascism is we are under an information war. And we don't even know it. We're not combating it. We're not doing what we need to do to stop it. So there's an immigration crisis happening right now. It's not as big as the one in America, of course. One of the thing that is, I hesitate to say this, but helping us is that it's a big sea between us and Africa. There's a small strait where it's a shorter path. But for the most part, when you're coming from Africa, the boat trip is going to be the most harrowing part. But I'm not seeing numbers 2023. Why am I misspelling my gray? Yeah, this has been going on for a while now, and it's just ramping up. It's just going up. Why? Russia seeks to gain influence in Africa in several ways. From disinformation campaigns to sending Wagner Group mercenaries. Why is Africa so important to Vladimir Putin? Let's hear about the information. Where we know about Wagner. Here. Russia uses social media to spread much of its propaganda and disinformation. According to Dirksen, this strategy is particularly successful in countries which lack a deep tradition of independence and free press. Here's an example. The Wagner Group is the main subject of several cartoon propaganda videos, blah, blah, blah. And I believe I've read somewhere, someone's probably going to fact check me, but I don't care. Even if I can't find evidence of it, even if I can't find proof that Russia has funded it or sanctioned it or something, it is absolutely happening. They are, without a sliver of a doubt in my mind, sending Africans to Europe. They are creating this migration wave so that we can focus on issues we have. We can focus on the threat of war at our doorsteps because we have to focus on migration. This is a gift to the far-right parties who just wants to block off all immigration. Everything that is every bad thing that has happened last decade, last 2, last 5, I don't know how long. At least, I'm going to wager it. I'm going to say last 2 decades. The downfall that Europe has gone through over these 2 decades. Because it has been somewhat of a downfall for us. We have not been moving in the right direction, in my opinion, over these 2 decades. It has been right-wing to far right-wing politics. That is the direction we have gone. We see 3 fascist parties in power in Greece at the moment. Didn't Spain actually elect Spain election? Didn't they elect a left-wing government? The Guardian. Come on. 2 months after winning July general elections, but failing to secure a parliamentary majority. Oh, right. They had a gridlock. Just like we did. The leaders of Spain's Conservative Party, People's Party, is launching an almost certainly doomed bid to become the country's next prime minister. Let's see here. Can I get just a table where I can see? Here we go. Something. So that's the Social Democrats. Yep. The Flowers. I believe Vox is a right-wing party. National Conservative. Yeah. And this is just standard conservative, you know? Standard conservative. So and then Sumar. What are you guys? Far left. Nice. But yeah, like you see, it's a gridlock. These two versus these two. Nobody seems to get a... Nobody gets a majority. So that's fun. So I don't know have there been any updates? Have there Spanish government? It's just okay, so they're trying to form a government still. 2 months. Oh, sorry. Still haven't formed a government. Awesome. So we've like how much this war, the sliver of light at the horizon from this war, ignoring all the death, destruction, possible genocide, not possible, confirmed genocide actually. Despite, if we ignore all that, the sliver of hope is that we have now become quite aware of the information war that Russia is waging at us. The troll farms, which the Swedish far-right party have adopted. They have their own troll farm in the style of the Russian one. The Prigozhin, the Wagner chief, the dead guy, started. They have their own now. Several high party members of the Sweden Democrats have moved to Hungary after leaving politics. There's going to come a reckoning. There's a lot of Quislings running around here. A lot of Quislings. Now, I'm not Norwegian, but they are my neighbors. They are my brethren. I can understand the hatred of a fucking Quisling, okay? There's going to come a day of reckoning when we look really close at all these parties and we find the connections to Russia, we find the emails, we find the secret phones. It's just a matter of time and political will. Thankfully, for me, as a Swede, the hope that I have is for the next election. Here is the numbers at the moment. I showed this in the last stream, I believe. But here is the last election. The numbers. And it's from... No, did I show... No, it's something else. Never mind. This is from furthest left to furthest fascist, okay? Or conservative. But I repeat myself. let's see here. Everyone except 2 right-wing parties and 3 left-wing parties, if you include the Green Party, which I'm not even sure I'm going to do that, are above the line. You need 4% to stay in Parliament. Center Party, for all the faults, at least you didn't form a government with the far right party. For all its fault. Like, I've hated them. Not hated them, but I have never liked their politics. They've always been a thorn in my side when it comes to politics. They've always been like, oh, God. Like, the one thing that they're like, you know what? I'm putting my foot down. And it's creating a government with the help of the far right. The bare minimum I can ever ask for, okay? If ever I'm gonna have political rivals, I want it to be those guys, okay? So it looks like, at least, if we held elections today, but it's only been a year, so we're gonna have to wait 3 years. Anything can happen in that time. Anything. But if there were elections today, we'd have a new government. We'd have a strong new government even. Because these guys almost make up half the voters themselves. What is that? Calc. Come on. We're going to do some... So, we have 7.6... There we go. Plus... No. 7.6 plus... Not 76. 7.6. Thank you. Okay. Plus 37.6 plus 44.3 minus 19 plus 19.7. They have an almost 11-point lead here. If these parties all fall out of under the minimum required to stay in power, we have a good left-wing government, okay? So let's hope. Let's fucking hope. And with such a government, like I'm hoping here, I'm dreaming here what is possible for them. Not only are they going to have to clean up after the last government, of course, but they need to have the political will to say, you know what? Not only the far right, not only the conservatives, but every goddamn politician, from the highest office down to the lonely sole member of a party in a local small municipality of 100 citizens in that municipality. Those people are all going to be audited. Every single one of them. And we're going to see who has and hasn't gotten money from outside fascist terrorist state. I suspect there's going to be a lot of those people. But they need to have the political will for it. And hopefully this war is going to kick them in that direction. Because if we do that, I don't think there's going to be a right-wing government. I suspect some left-wing politicians is going to fall on that as well. But I also suspect more right-wing politicians are more higher up right-wing politicians. And in the meantime, we can see who takes money from Saudi Arabia, from Iran, from ISIS. Like, I'm sure there's at least one politician who has gotten money from ISIS. We had, from the Center Party, the ones I just gave praise to, they are a conservative party, but at least they didn't form a government with them, with the far right party, I mean. Their party, because the lowest level courts, we don't elect our judges. They are elected by the council members of the municipality. And apparently, 2 council members from the Center Party who were judging a case between a domestic abuse case. This is like a year, 2 years back, perhaps. A domestic abuse case between a Muslim married couple. They were judging that. And they told the woman to deal with this with his family. Take it up with his parents. Take it up with... I don't remember what their priests are called. But they're religious leaders. Like, go to the mosque and get this order sorted out. Now, when this was reported on, the party acted quite quickly, but it's alarming. They expelled the 2 who did this. But it's alarming that they even were allowed to be there. You know? It's alarming. It's not good. So I want to audit everything and see what we find. Every goddamn politician's bank accounts should be open. Should be open to the public so that we can see where they get their money. Did I have anything else on this? Oh, yeah, sure. Why not? There's a report from... I'm just going to do this. Plain Dane. Also known as Formidable Scooby-Doo, or something like that. Mary says the pan-Nordic far-right is recruiting everywhere, including gaming groups, and especially anti-Semitic and racism is in focus. They recruit people of all ages, and the police has done little to combat it, as their main focus has been extreme Islamic groups. And the dirty little secret here is that extreme Islamic groups are far-right groups. So if you just focus on the extreme far-right groups, you're going to include the religious zealots, okay? But yeah, there's been an over focus on these religious groups rather than just the far right in general. And I know America's had the exact same problem because the right wing don't want you to look at the far right, because then you're going to find like a crossovers here and there, and that's not good. So what they've noted is that when you see marches in Norway, is here, the Nordic police agencies should establish... Okay, no, that's... whatever. What they found is, like, when you see a far-right march in Norway, you hear a lot of Swedish there. You hear Danish there. They're not confined. The Quran burnings in Sweden. This guy. Danish. A Danish motherfucker. And then, well, I mean, I don't care if they do this, mind you. I don't care. Go ahead. But you know, this I do mind. This is alarming. I don't even know who that guy is, but that's alarming. But the Danish far right, right? And who is this guy? I've seen him, but I haven't looked into him. But it's alarming that the Danish is sending their far right to us. Who is this guy? I want to see, I can't find that he's connected to anyone specific. Really. Shia Muslim umbrella organization with close ties to Iran. Not Azerbaijani. Again, around every goddamn corner. Every corner. You find a connection that has a connection to Russia that, I don't know if I have to tell you, has a connection to Putin. Like, every goddamn time. It never fails. Never. It's infuriating. And then we have people like this, like Mike Lee, who's a congressperson, senator for Utah, okay? This is our flag, the American flag. This one isn't, the Ukrainian flag. Okay, whatever, sure. And there we go here. Hey, Mike. How's Putin's ass smell doing? Mike Lee grilled on connection to Vladimir Putin during Tennessee-Utah debate. Like, every goddamn time. I don't know who this guy is. That's it. The pan-Nordic far right. Right, okay, yeah. We all remember this, right? The whole... You're on the... Bree, Kyle, and Crystal Ball debate. What are the odds? What are the odds? The Chi, with connections to Jimmy Dore, with connections to Hinkle, with connections to the Gray Zone, with connection, like, is it really unlikely? Is it really that unlikely that somehow this can all be tied back to Russia? Is it really that unlikely? Think about it. And then we have this. Newly declassified US intel claims Russia is laundering propaganda through unwitting Westerners. I wonder. Oh, right. Here's the Curtis Fox. Someone wrote it up in English. Right. I forgot about that. Russian intelligence. I want to read this, actually. And then that's like, we're going to put a cap on it. I have to. I could go on for hours. But it's clear to me. You know what? Fuck this. I'm going to read it on my own. I'm going to cap it off here. I could go on for hours. Right. Tucker saying Putin isn't a bad guy. You know what? I'm not going to read it. But I'm going to cap it off with this instead. So, newly classified disinformation, blah, blah, blah. Oh, but maybe I do want to read it, actually. Because it might actually be important for that. Okay, we're going to do two things here. I'm going to cap off the video here. Sorry about that, but I needed to cut some things here. Sorry. I need to remind myself to cut here. Anyway. I could go on for hours about Russia and about their obvious disinformation campaign towards the West. Through Turkey, through Hungary, through Iran, through far right, sometimes just conservative media. Sometimes even left-wing personalities, left-wing politicians. I am sure the guy from Ireland, whatever his name is, the unruly hair guy with who always have a pink shirt on for some reason, and who used to be a businessman but somehow has found socialism and is now peddling Russian propaganda. Like all of these people. All of this has been an information warfare that we, the West, have not been aware of. Or we've been blind to. We've had our blinders on. Especially here in Sweden, especially in Finland, where we're like, we don't want to join NATO. We're going to stay neutral. Because we want to have good relations with Russia. And look what that got us. Look what that got us. So thankfully, in my opinion, we're not neutral anymore. The demands from Turkey, the demands from Hungary, they are demanding censorship laws on our media. I cannot abide by. I want to join NATO. I am not willing. This is a core aspect for me when it comes to my political advocacy. I am not willing to give up an inch of my democracy, of my liberties for security. I believe that quote. I don't remember the quote. Socialist, as an American, you should know the quote that I'm talking about. And who said it? Was it Washington? Perhaps. Like anyone who is willing to give up liberties for security is a moron, something like that. To paraphrase a great thinker. I'm not willing to give up that security. I am fine, based on what we now know about Russia's army and their capabilities. I am fine with not being in NATO. I think we're going to be able to withstand for quite some time an attack from Russia. Oh, yeah. That's why I focus. That's why a lot of people focus on American politics. Because everything is downstream from there. A lot of people on the left, and I can understand it, absolutely. But you know, Stilgray, Malaysian, the Malaysian far right Nazi, who acts as if he's American. Ian Miles Chong, that's his name. He likes to present himself in one way, but others, for obvious reason, like to present him in other ways. This is how he likes to present himself. A manly, stoic, kind of skinny guy, but Asian. And this is how he actually looks. He used to be a hardcore feminist, actually. And I'm thinking of going over his old videos someday. But people like him, people on the left wing hate people like him, and they go, why are you focusing so much on American politics? And they have a point, because he only focuses on American politics. That's all he focuses on. He never does any analysis. He complains about black people being black people for the most part. Like some teacher who did a cover of a rap song. And he's like, this is why they're failing. Because the kids were singing about reading books with their teacher. But it was in a rap. Like, who cares? Have fun. No. So rightfully so, he is deceiving you. And you can criticize him for that. Focusing on American politics, though, I don't know. Everything is downstream from America. If America falls into fascism, which is very likely in the next election, though not as likely as some people seem to think, in my opinion. But I could be wrong there. I don't live there, so I could be completely wrong. But focusing on that is a necessity to understand our politics. Like, there's a connection here. I understand why America's like, we don't care about what happens in Europe. Because if Europe falls, America is still going to stand. It's not going to fall upstream. It's going to fall downstream. I lost my trail of thought. So that's where I want to cap it. I could spend hours on this. I am not gonna, but I could. There's gonna come a day of reckoning, and we need to have that. We need to examine not only our own politics, our own national politics, but our institutions, government institutions, secondary political institutions like politically connected outlets, either YouTube or blogs or whatever, larger outlets, news outlets, propaganda outlets. They also need to be examined. Because if we don't, and if we allow, after the war, let's say after the war, we lift sanctions on Russia like that, and we allow Russia today to continue spreading their propaganda on our shores, to continue their influence on us, then the war is going to be, then like it's continued information warfare without any tools, without any pushback. And I don't think we should allow that. I do not think we should allow that at all. Speaking of RT, speaking of sanctions, I found something interesting. If I go to Twitter or Shitter, if you spell Twitter with an X, I think that should be pronounced Shitter. At RT. If I go to Shitter, the next, can you break down the ways Russia influencing polling? I mean, isn't that kind of easy? But let me finish here. RT is blocked in Europe, in the EU, I should say, and Great Britain, and so they are not allowed. I don't know exactly how it works, whatever. But they are not allowed to spread their message to me. Now it's easy to circumvent this. You can circumvent this like super easily. VPN, DNS, if you wanted to, you could read it. And people who want to are still reading and are still watching. But people aren't unwittingly coming over this information. People aren't stumbling upon the message without understanding that they are circumventing sanctions by doing so. That it is an outlet that is just spreading propaganda. Fascist propaganda. But there is one outlet or one place where they for some reason haven't. It's Rumble. I can go to... do they have links here? Oh, why don't we go here? CUI, and I can get... but I'm not allowed to watch it. I just want to see so I'm not logged in. I have to log in to watch Facebook now, of course. But they don't link to YouTube. RT Russia Today. If we go to YouTube and search Russia Today, and I look for channels. Oh, it's 3 subscribers. And they haven't updated, so this isn't their official site. Like, I can't even find their official site or their official channel, you know? Okay. But Rumble. Now, I don't know where fault lies here. I don't know if it's Rumble's responsibility. And if this is a lawsuit that's going to happen. Some criminal action, perhaps? Maybe. Perhaps. It's possible. I'm no expert on sanctions. So, but it's possible that RT is either knowingly or unknowingly skirting sanctions. Or it might be Sweden, actually, that's just haven't cared to put in the blockade for me to access that page. I don't know. Someone, somewhere, hasn't done their job. Let's just put it that way. The ways Russia is influencing polling. I mean, did I finish that thought earlier? We can just look at, no, I can't. We should just look at we could just look at the migration crisis. If, as I remember and or suspect, Russia has an information campaign, and then their Wagner group is there, sowing dissent, sowing chaos, and with an information campaign then telling them they can find safety in Europe. Hungary, Turkey, Belarus, of course Russia, pulling the strings from behind the scenes. All of these people, all these nations, what they've done, and what Erdogan has absolutely done, and Orban as well, is they won't take in migrants themselves, but they'll funnel the migrants, the refugees, to Europe instead. That is what they'll do. And in so doing, they are creating the circumstances for us to become far right. Because the left wing aren't going to advocate for closing borders. And there's a debate. There was a debate program here in Sweden, and the question of immigration came up, and this was in like 2014, I believe. I think it was before the election back then. Is that 2012 perhaps? So whatever. The election prior to 2015, No, wait. Yeah, 2014. They had in a debate between a left-wing party and a right-wing party. I don't remember the details of which parties or whatever. That's not important. The left-wing party claimed there is no limit to how many migrants we can accept or we should accept. There is no limit. A former party leader, Reinfeldt, who was leader of the moderates, who's now coalitioned with the far right, he, for all the faults of him, being a conservative, being a capitalist, looking like a Moomin doll, like for real, he looked like a Moomin. If you don't know what a Moomin is. What? Why did you do that? Open image in a new tab. Thank you. Here we go. This guy, former Prime Minister of Sweden. Oh, don't laugh about it. Do not laugh about it. That's going to be... Whew. Again, far-right politics is going to create those circumstances as well. And then we're going to sit here in our fancy apartments and go, the fucking stupid black and brown people. Take care of your own problems. Problems we have created, okay? Anyway, this guy, for all the faults, looking like a fucking Moomin doll. Looking like no hair motherfucker, okay? Conservative. He stood in a famous speech called Open Hearts, Öppna hjärtan, where he talked about immigration and the positives and how we should open our hearts to the immigrants that are coming here seeking a better life. He has been replaced by someone who is who is almost wearing the brown shirt himself, okay? At least this guy didn't wear a brown shirt. We can at least be thankful for that. And then the crisis, the 2015 crisis, happened. Open image. I never find open image in a new tab easily. So we have here. Around here is when, you can see that this is the dark blue. That's the moderate party. And they are just tanking themselves, opening up for the Sweden Democrats because they weren't honest with the people about migration. Neither of these parties were honest about migration. And oh my, again, I have a connection to Putin again. He came into power 1990 something. Putin wiki. In office, the first term, 2000. The Chechen War, 1999, the second Chechen War, where the bombings are suspected to be to give Putin the presidency. Happened around here. So this has been going on since Putin has had ambitions of power. There's no doubt in my mind now, at all, that all of this is thanks to Putin, okay? So anyway, both these parties are like, there is no limit to how many people we can take in. Of course there's limits. There's no amount of immigrants. You open your hearts, just let everyone in. And then 2015 happened. $200 for country with at this point, less than 10 million people. Taking in this many people is going to be a trouble, okay? I think 1 month was like staggering amounts of people. Okay, sure. I don't doubt these numbers. Actually, even though they are from the far right party. Even though, can I just open image? Of course. So I can't look at that. Here, okay, this is a good graph. You can see here, 2015 compared to 2014, like, we were not prepared. And in November, the people who have said there is no limit to how many people can come to Sweden, how many we can take in, we can manage it, had to go in front of the Swedish people in a press conference with tears in their eyes and say, the border is now closed. We're putting in police. We're checking everyone's passport. Doesn't matter if you're Swedish. Doesn't matter if you're a European citizen. Everyone is getting checked. And we're not letting any more migrants in. Now, some obviously still came in. Like, there was a crisis, and they lied to the Swedish people about it, and that helped the Sweden Democrats gain power. Because while they were giving batshit ideas to how to handle the crisis, to how to handle migration in general, being a Nazi party to begin with, at the beginning at least, and now being a far-right, nationalistic, socially conservative party, if we're going to go by their own words, filled with Nazis, by the way, but they're not a Nazi party, they just happen to have a lot of Nazis in them. They were at least honest about the reality. And that is how you change the poll numbers. That is how Russia affects the polling. They create a crisis and they force that crisis upon you. And then the far rights just have to be honest with the people about the crisis, come with their own solutions, which admittedly would solve a migration crisis, but not in the way you want to solve it. Part of this, by the way, is also because pretty much all of Europe were sending migrants. Like, they weren't taking in migrants. They were just funneling them along to Sweden, to Germany, to what some other countries, you know. Like, partially. But again, I wouldn't be surprised if I find out that Russia is pulling those strings. I would not be surprised. And then we have things like this. If we're going to talk about, because you've seen, like, Russia's created this conservative image for themselves, this Christian conservative image, this Christian fascistic, nationalistic image for themselves. And they have made a propaganda campaign towards America specifically, towards Republicans specifically. Telling them to come to Russia, you know? Telling them like they're building homes in Russia. Hard-hitting investigation. Yeah. I am the digging journalist. And while they're not allies, Saudi Arabia is kind of doing the same thing. This is a creepy video, though. You've heard of liminal spaces? Liminal space? Liminal space refers to a place a person is in during a transitional period. Like you have stuff like this. A lot of people, and me included, find this creepy. Like barren, industrial, or just like there's something, the emptiness creeps you out. So just listen to the words. Don't look at the boobs. I know you want to look at the do not look at the woman. I don't. You know what? You know what? We're gonna do this. We're actually gonna. What? Where is it? We are gonna block her. I want to have... You know what? Why not? Sure. My tattoo is going to block her. We can see the feet. Okay? Now... Wrong. Okay, now we can focus on her. Listen to the words and look at the space around.
This is why I chose to live in Dubai and not in LA. It's no longer the American dream, it's the Dubai dream. Let me give you a simple example. In US, you could pay up to 37% taxes, when in Dubai, it's absolutely nothing. In Dubai, there is even an official Ministry of Happiness. That's why there is no homeless on the streets and you always feel safe and secure. While in LA, I have to think twice when I'm wearing my Cartier outside or even go for a walk at night as a woman. Finally, for a city which is only 50 years old, Dubai made the standards so high, especially in real estate. It has banned the rules of architecture with the world record buildings. So where would you choose to live? LA or Dubai?
Where's everyone else? There's nobody else here. Now we can look at the boobs. Like, there's nobody anywhere. It's just open, barren landscape with buildings as decoration. This is propaganda. This is what propaganda looks like today. A beautiful woman telling you that a repressive, authoritarian, fascistic government is better than LA. Like, LA is horrible. Don't get me wrong. And it's only been getting worse and worse, apparently. But that was what's happened when you have neoliberal politicians. Means testing everything. But it's just like... And that's going to make people... Again, Dubai... do not accept any refugees. whatever. Fuck off. Or they accept extremely few refugees. They have a horrible human rights track record. But the thing is, what the far right looks at when they see that, they know it's an Arab state. That's not what they're seeing. They're looking at the politics and going, we could have that. Oh my God. If only we became as authoritarian, as fascistic, as repressive, as socially conservative as Dubai, we can have open, barren streets with one beautiful woman there. So that is how the propaganda is meant to affect you, at least, I believe. That is my analysis. Okay. We're going to read this article. And then we're going to look at Jackson Hinkle. Everyone's favorite Russian puppet. Everyone's favorite. Taking one too many steroids, I suspect. And it's not just me suspecting it. There's a lot of people suspecting it. Let me just wet my beak. I don't know if I like the straw. I just want to, like, I prefer just drinking it regularly. It's my girlfriend's. So I'm probably gonna buy one, but it's gonna be with a screw cork or something. I don't know. We'll see. But I don't like this. Newly declassified U.S. intel claims Russia is laundering propaganda through unwitting Westerners. I reported on the Uhuru movement with Gatsi Kodo, or Kodso, who was revealed taking money from Russia to give to Russian-friendly politicians to, you know, give Russia a hand up in destroying America. When Cyberpunk loads in. Actually, not a bad joke, actually. Yeah. I don't have that problem when I played. I haven't played the 2.0. I want to, though. It's supposed to be good. But when I played 1.0, or 1.1, whatever, I didn't have that problem because I have a 3080. Anyway, Russian intelligence is operating a systematic program to launder pro-Kremlin propaganda through private relationships between Russian operatives and unwitting U.S. and Western targets, according to the newly declassified U.S. intelligence. U.S. intelligence agencies believe that the Russian Federal Security Service, FSB, is attempting to influence public policy and public opinion in the West by directing Russian civilians to build relationship with influential U.S. and Western individuals, and then disseminate narratives that support Kremlin objectives, obscuring the FSB's role through layers of ostensibly independent actors. I am immediately thinking of 5 people? Oh, like straight up who I guarantee is doing this, is getting money like this to, like, we have the gray zone, and specifically Aaron Mate and Max Blumenthal, who are the face of gray zone, even though they are not the only ones. Jimmy Dore, come on, and all of his people. Jackson Hinkle, he's in Russia right now. He went to Prigozhin's memorial place to write a little note. Haas, but I don't know if Haas is paid. Maybe he is. It's possible. Samir Khan. I can go on if I get some time and a paper. I can probably get up to 20 people I could mention. Caleb Maupin, of course. Tara Reid. What's the pedo's name? The 2-time pedo. Former intelligence officer, whatever. They hate the intelligence service, but they like their intelligence officers for some reason. These influence operations are designed to be deliberately small scale, the overall goal being US and Western persons presenting these ideas seemingly organic. A US official authorized to discuss the material told CNN. He's authorized, so he's not off the record. I don't know. Okay. It might be nothing, but it's just like an alarm bell, you know. Never trust. But even if he's off the record, I don't know. Like that's a tactic they use too. He could still be authorized to use it, just not open about it. The co-optee influence operations are built primarily on personal relationships. They build trust with them, and then they can leverage that to covertly push the FSB's agenda. The campaigns have sometimes been effective at planting Russian narratives in the Western press, according to the intelligence. Maxim Grigoriev, who heads a Russian NGO, had made multiple speeches at the UN presenting a false study that claimed the humanitarian group The White Helmets, which operates in Syria, was running a black market for human organs and had faked chemicals. Jackson Hinkle, you motherfucker. Jackson Hinkle repeated that. Or wanted to repeat it in his debate with Walsh, which Walsh should have never done, as he himself has admitted, because it gave Hinkle the platform he has today. Running a black market for human organs and had faked chemical attacks by Syrian President Bashar al-Assad. Again, we have Jimmy Dore repeating those claims, with whom Russia is allied. Those claims eventually found their way into a television... Wait, isn't he allied with Iran as well? I have to check. Iran, Russian... I have to check. I'm sorry. Yeah, strategic allies, blah, blah. Yeah, okay. Just because I mentioned it earlier, and I said... Because sometimes I mix up Syria and Iran in my head. Like, I don't think about them that often, you know? Those claims eventually found their way into a television report on the far-right OANN in the United States, according to an open-source material provided by the official. In a lengthy response that included photographs and details of his reporting in Syria, the OANN reporter said he stood by his reporting and stated that it was based on first-hand accounts from trips to Syria that it were not organized by Russian agents. How the fuck do you know that? Not organized, but how the fuck do you know that they didn't, you know, they weren't there, they weren't pressuring, they weren't like presenting false data, they weren't, you know, being Russian agents? I don't believe him. I'm just saying, even if he's speaking the truth, how the fuck does he know it's not? I'd not rely on any Russian sources, agencies. What's his name? Seymour Hersh. In his underwear. Poor waif in his underwear. Seymour Hersh, a person who blows their cover as a Kremlin propagandist. Seymour Hersh, the moron. I don't know if I talked about this on stream, but at this point, this is from Seymour Hersh, who reported with, always reports only with anonymous U.S. intelligence sources, okay? At this point, With the Ukraine counteroffensive against Russia thwarted, the official said Zelensky has no plan except to hang on. It's as if he's an orphan, a poor waif in his underwear, and we have no real idea. What is a poor waif in his underwear? It's a Russian idiom. An American official used a Russian idiom? Doubt it. Anyway, I can pull a Hinkle, but on the left, and meet Hassan and shit. My dream. Good luck. I mean, if you're a tanky, he seems to hang around those guys. So, yeah, I mean, do it. I don't think that's a bad... I honestly, I thought about it. But I've gone too hard line. I don't have... I would be a bad spy if we say if I can call back to that. I would be a very bad spy because I don't like when deceiving people. I don't like lying that much. Like, I can lie, don't get me wrong. The best liars are always the people who say, I'm a bad liar. And you know how you become a good liar? Do you know how you become a good liar? The best liar in the world. Nobody will ever know you lie. You give them bad lies on purpose. That's how you become a good liar. Because then people because you calibrate the lies based on interactions with people. If I meet a person tomorrow and they casually throw out that they have $1 million on their bank account, I'm going to go, okay, whatever. Non-bragging, whatever. Or even if he's bragging, okay, sure, that could be true. But then I find out it isn't true because he begs for money for some reason, stuff like that. So now I've calibrated how he lies and what he lies about. But then you need to know. But then there's important stuff that you never want anyone to know about. Or never want anyone to know that you were behind. And that's when you pull out the big game. Because their calibration of how you lie is going to be thrown out. You're going to circumvent that entirely. And that is how you become a good liar. He is... I don't know if he's a tanky... I think it's what's it called? Audience capture. I think he has audience capture. Where he's afraid of losing big part of his audience if he's honest with them. Because talking with Ethan on Russia, he has no qualms calling Russia authoritarian, being honest about repression in China and North Korea and all these places. He has no qualms with being honest about that. But then you come to the specifics and he goes, well, the American State Department, which all tankies fall back on when talking about Taiwan, for some reason, never elsewise, only when talking about Taiwan. Only. And he fell right back into that. Not being honest about Ukraine, in my opinion, about not their prospects, because you can have wide-ranging opinions on how likely they are to win the war. I don't even think he's grifting. I just think that he is afraid. Because his goal isn't to be a political streamer. That's not his goal, actually. His goal, he just wants to be loved. He just wants to be a celebrity. And he happens to have left-wing politics that he lucked himself into. And now he's afraid of rocking the boat. I think that is the most likely of, and then he's stupid. The combination there, stupidity and audience capture. And maybe there's a possibility that he has also bought into some of his friends, his tanky friends. You see, I mean, Sandra Hall can call him a grifter if he wants. I'm not saying it's impossible that he's a grifter. Just that it's not my analysis of it. Stupidity, audience capture, and friends who are tankies. I think that's which feeds him arguments, and because he's stupid and don't have the way I became a socialist, which isn't that long ago. Like, it's a few years ago only. But the way I became a socialist, and I've talked about this, I'm not going to relitigate the whole thing, is I thought about it. I heard good arguments. Until I heard good arguments, I was a social democrat. My argument for, as a social democrat was always, we need to move further left than the current system, or the system that we had yesterday that we moved away from. I always wanted to move further left. I never thought that we were done, that we gone as far as we could. He is a himbo. He admits that. So I never thought we'd gone as far as we could go when I was a social democrat. But I didn't know where we should go next. Because every argument I heard from left-wing people, from people calling themselves socialists, were either authoritarian, and we need to go to the China route, the Soviet route. Fuck that. If that's the route we're going, then I prefer to stay where we are. I prefer capitalism over that shit. But then I heard arguments about worker-owned and democratically run corporations. And I went, you know what? I like that. I think that's a good thing. I think that would not, we don't remove capitalism altogether, or we don't go into, Marx had a proposal for a monetary system where worker, like, you get compensated the same amount no matter what you do. And then, like, if you go to shop somewhere, you tear up the money, and like, no money ever exchanges hand. It's like, it's I don't believe that's feasible, but I think that's for the next generation to decide. I think our generation realistically could move towards a system that encourages, at least, and is moving towards a completely worker-owned market and democratically run market, an economic democracy, without removing money, without removing different salaries for different jobs. And because I think this job, but removing streaming, removing myself from the equation entirely. And I know Walsh has talked about this as well, but musicians. Taylor Swift, the most prolific, the arguably one of the greatest musicians of all times. Not our time, all time. Like, I could make that argument and it will stick. Okay? I'm a fucking Swiftie, okay? That I am coming out of the closet. I am a fucking Swiftie. She is an amazingly talented singer. She is a songwriter who has a hand in, I believe, every single song she has. She even has a pen name, which she uses a Swedish male poet's name to write music for others. She is so prolific that you've probably only heard a fraction of her songs knowing they're her songs. What I'm getting at is that such a person, if we have a worker-owned, if we have a worker-owned and democratically run system, but we still have different salaries, we can allow for doctors to earn a bit more, or we can allow for the sewage cleaners to earn a bit more than the coffee shop, the barista. Not denigrating baristas. We need baristas. They should have a good pay. They should own the fucking coffee shop. But I think a sewage cleaner deserves a bit more. I think I think we can accept that. I think everyone can accept that. Taylor Swift being such an immense talent, Freddie Mercury / Axl Rose, Mark Tremonti, to pick from my childhood, you know, they are such immense talents at what they do that if you do not give them what they are demanding in salaries, they're gonna go, okay, I'm going to the next place, and they're gonna pay me that. That's how fucking good I am. We're gonna have a few select people who are still gonna make twice, 3, 5 times, 10 times the average salary. You know what? Nope. 100 times the average salary. They're gonna be fewer, and it's not gonna be 1,000 times the average salary. What I'm proposing, what my system that I have arrived at this point in time, and I might change my mind down the line and go, you know what? Nope, we need another system. We need to go even further. But this is my realistic utopia that I think everyone living in today's current liberal capitalist system can say, that's not too bad of an idea. I can imagine that. Is this. Hassan, to go back to the himbo, Hassan lucked his way into his positions. He stumbled into them. He got them when he was in college. I'm gonna guess like he did like Obama, where he wanted to impress a girl. Possibly. So he read like Karl Marx, a pamphlet or of him or something, like some book on Karl Marx or on socialism. He's like, whatever. Like I read about Marx. I even when I found this image, the papers that I went over, I found an old paper of mine from university where I was writing about Marx, and I'm like, I have no memory of this. Like zero memory of that at all. And I'm glad I don't have memories of it. I'm afraid to read that paper even. Cenk helped him. Cenk isn't a socialist. He is a capitalist. So I don't know if he helped him. He helped him into stardom, if that's what you mean. Yes. Nepotism. But to be fair, he has talent. I'm not going to deny that. He's a good speaker. He's a good streamer. He's a good presenter. I'm not going to deny that. And sure, it's because nepotism that catapulted him. But I do think that he would still be able to come to some extent. But, you know, so my point is, he probably didn't arrive at his position with a strong foundation for why he has those positions. He knows it's the right thing because he knows capitalism is the bad thing. He knows fascism is the bad thing. So socialism must be the good thing. And then he hears arguments from people who ostensibly call themselves socialists, who call themselves communists, but who like Soviet Union, a communist state, and you have China, a communist state. And he, you know, he listens to those arguments. And because he doesn't have this foundation to stand upon, like my foundation is democracy and liberty. I want to maximize those, or rather, liberty. Because I believe democracy is a prerequisite for liberty. So that's why I advocate for democracy. What does Hassan advocate for? Workers. And then he gets pushback. What about Taiwan? And he goes, State Department, because that's the argument he's heard. Keffel's talked about this. It's a fucking cult. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit later. But yeah, so that's my opinion. My long opinion on Hassan. Back to this article. Shame on you, socialists. Shame on you. I do not rely on any Russian sources, agencies, or informations for my stories. The reporter Pearson Sharp, wrote in an email. I stand by my report on the white helmets, and any journalist who saw what I saw would do the same. CNN has reached out to Grigoriev. Oh, that's the paragraph, apparently. The official stressed that the Western voices that eventually became mouthpieces for Russian propaganda were almost certainly unaware of the role they were playing. In some cases, yes. I believe Hassan, who we just talked about. I believe Hassan is an unwitting mouthpiece for Russian propaganda. Absolutely. Hinkle, he knows what he's doing. He absolutely knows what he's doing. And I'm going to show you what he's doing later. How he perceives Putin later. The intelligence provides several examples of a Russian civilian co-optees doing the bidding of the FSB. One man, Andrei Stepanenko, founded a media project in 2014 that sponsored journalists from the US and the West to visit Eastern Ukraine. Who do we know who has visited Eastern Ukraine? Could it be the gray zone? Could it? Could it be the gray zone, perhaps? Eastern Ukraine and learn the alleged truth about what was happening in the region. In fact, the FSB directed his efforts and almost certainly financed the project according to the declassified intelligence. Why don't we... Great zone. I don't know how common this name is. Blumenthal. Why? Okay, so there might not be direct evidence of the connections, but come on. Come on! Of course. CNN was not able to locate Stepanenko to ask for comment. The U.S. official also cited Natalia Burlinova, the founder of the Russian NGO who routinely coordinated FSB-founded public diplomacy efforts aimed at influencing Western views. In 2018, she visited, had meetings, and hosted events at multiple U.S. think tanks. Is that the gun girl? I thought she was named something else. That's not the gun girl. Multiple U.S. think tanks and universities in New York, Boston, and Washington. Work that was founded by the FSB according to the new intelligence. Her conduct was already public. She was indicated earlier this year on charges of conspiring with an FSB officer to act as an illegal agent of Russia inside the United States, although she remains at liberty in Russia. Of course she does. Burlinova, in an email to CNN, denied that her U.S. trip in 2018 were financed by the FSB. All travel expenses were financed by a grant that we previously received from the Presidential Grants Fund, the main grant operator of Russia. So state-funded. Hello. The FSB of Russia did not give me any money for the trip. I'm gonna trust her. The official declined to offer specifics to back up the intelligence community's assertions that the FSB is funding this kind of operation, but noted that once officials were able to establish FSB backing, it is easy to trace the narrative they are pushing in open source materials. Once you're aware of who these people are and their association with the FSB, by nature of what they're doing, they have very, very public personas, the official said. And so I would just say it's not really difficult to kind of follow the strings. The US official declined to say whether Russia has used these same tactics to try to influence the US elections. Which, I mean, come on. We Russian gun girl? No, that's not her, is it? That's her. Maria Butina, that's the name. I was thinking Butinova for some reason. Have Russia tried to influence U.S. politics? That's hard. That's tough. This one, Socialist. This one, Maria Butina. She had infiltrated the NRA, which, of course, if you're gonna want to get to right-wing politics, you're gonna be in the NRA. And from there, she had access to I am the gun lobby. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being so open about it. From there, she had an open field into almost every Republican she could want. Oh, of course. Of course. I know this isn't going to work for the Times, but I don't like the pop-up. Thank you. Maria Butina, convicted of serving as an unregistered foreign agent before and after the 2016 election, insists she wasn't a spy and that her Duma seat is not a reward. Her critics call her a Kremlin trophy. Oh, it did work. Oh, good. Suck it. Of course that's a reward. You did good. Have some power. You did my bidding. Why don't you continue? Tara Reid, her moving to Russia. Now that's an extraction, in my opinion. Reid, Russia. This one. The former Biden aide who accused him of sexual assault. Which nobody believes because I believe she's changed her opinion, or she's changed the events several times, and there's a lot of shady things going on. Among them, now she lives in Russia. Among them, she was handed a award by Caleb Maupin. Like, we were going to talk about sex pest. Really? There. Tara Reid, former U.S. Senate. This is from this event. Like, come on. Come on. We know it. The U.S. official declined to say whether Russia has used these same tactics to try to influence U.S. elections. The FSB does use similar tactics to influence political opinion within Russia, according to the intelligence. In one instance, a Russian media figure named Anton Tsvetkov Russian media for Orange Park. Why is there a Swedish man being Russian media? Is it this guy? It's probably this guy, right? Okay. I'm here. Anton Tsvetsko organized protests outside of embassies in Moscow, including the U.S. Embassy, at the FSB's behest. The protests pushed Russia's narrative of the war in Ukraine, promoting the Ukrainian Nazi narrative and blaming the U.S. and its allies for the deaths of children in the Donbass, while hiding the Russian government's role, according to the declassified intelligence. The purpose of those protest rallies was designed to sell it to the Russian people. For me, this is like clear cut. I can see everything they're talking about. I have independently identified already several months ago. Before I started streaming, I had identified these people. By the way, have I been streaming for a year? I have, right? This is like a 1 year anniversary, pretty much. I believe I started on September 12th. Because we had elections on September 11th last year. But yeah, so long before I started streaming, I had identified these patterns. Do not die on me, please. I need you, please. I beg of you. My ring light is dying. Maybe. Can you see the changes in color or in the brightness? Yeah, I can see it. It doesn't really want to be. It doesn't want to stay in one setting for some reason. I don't like that. Oh, that's bad. That's bad. Maybe I can fix it myself if it dies. Well, anyway. What happened? Chat disconnected. Please wait while we'll try to reconnect you. Successfully connected. I was disconnected from my own chat. That's interesting. And the reason I want to read that, I hadn't read it before, is the last part, really, unbeknownst to me, before I started reading, this whole thing about protesting outside of embassies in Moscow to sell it to the Russian people, interestingly enough, reminds me of Rage Against the War Machine. This rally, with all of these people, the Mises Caucus. I know about them. I didn't know. I completely missed that. They are wild. Can I just get some controversy here? Anyway, everything you see in the Mises, in the Libertarian Party happening right now, like all of the, yeah, here, May 20, when did they win? 2022. Members of the Libertarian Party are concerned about the Mises Caucus winning control of the party at the May 26th National Convention, ushering in an era of collaboration between the U.S. largest third party and the hard right movement inside the Republican Party. The SPLC said that that caucus chair and founder Michael Hayes had cited donations received from Patrick M. Byrne and nominated Darrell Brooks for governor of Pennsylvania. Both Byrne and Brooks promoted the conspiracy theory that the 2020 presidential election was stolen from Donald Trump, the SPLC said. So, like, the Rage Against the War Machine, that's a, without a doubt in my mind, abso-freaking-lutely, too early, Russian op. Without a doubt now. After reading this, oh, for sure. I already had my suspicions, but now? And just so happens that I have prepared Jackson Hinkle's speech at Rage Against the War Machine. It's a short speech. I'm not going to pause too much on it. But listen to how he speaks. Listen to what he says. Listen to the arguments that he gives.
How's it going, Washington, D.C.? How we doing?
But I've already seen this, unfortunately. But yeah, I can't always. Sometimes I have to be a pre-watcher, you know?
Look at all of you. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. We got leftists. We got communists, right-wingers, conservatives, paleo-conservatives, libertarians, Greens, People Party. We got everyone here today.
And Nazis.
And you look great.
And No, I'm not going to pause. I'm not... Whatever.
So listen. I know there's a little controversy about me speaking. But the truth is that we are here today because we oppose war and we want peace. It's as simple as that, okay? And when my ancestors came over to America on the Mayflower and they fought in the American Revolution, they didn't want war either. They wanted peace. When my grandfathers fought against Nazis in World War II and put their lives on the line, they did not want war. They wanted peace, and that's why we are here today. And war is not easy to talk about. Most of us have never experienced it. Some of us try to forget it. Some of us try to never even think about it because of how damning it is. And I don't blame most of you, but everyone here today thinks about it, understands how evil it is, and understands that the hell it truly raises. And if I can for a moment, I'd like to share a little bit of that hell with all of you right now, because in Ukraine, 16 and 17-year-old boys, not men, but boys, are being rounded up by the hundred and sent to the front in Bakhmut. And you know what happens when they get there? They get sent into trenches and they're told you have 4 hours to live once you get sent out there. That's the average life expectancy of a Ukrainian soldier on the front in Bakhmut. 4.
Where is this? MK? What is .mk? Top domain. Macedonia. Isn't Macedonia a... no, that's not the country I'm thinking of. The claim that Ukraine sends children to the war front to fight the Russians is not substantiated by evidence. Such statements are arbitrary and uncorroborated. The Ukrainian law of military service bans conscriptions of persons under 18 years old. Article 50 blah, 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 blah. Like, Russian propaganda just being spewed by an American citizen. Just without hesitation.
4 hours.
And also, everyone, no commander, again, I can show you my credentials, but I don't care. I don't have to. No commander is ever going to tell you, congratulations, here's your trench, here's your foxhole, you have 4 hours to live. No, that's not going to happen. Ever. That would be the worst thing. Where that number comes from, I'm sure there's like some people who only live for... It's not that easy. You don't live 4 hours in the war. It's more during attacks. That would completely destroy morale. We don't want morale. We want you to die. We're sending you here to... Like, what kind of tactic would that be? It's not only would you not win the war, you'd guarantee you lose it. They're claiming Biden is pushing a forever war here by willfully losing the war, by completely destroying morale. Fuck off. Sure, anyone who hasn't already bought into that, listening to this, should like get a red flag in the back of their head. Like, ooh, that doesn't sound right. Everyone who hasn't already bought into it. But again, we just read the article. Obviously.
And the blood of those young men, the blood of every Russian, the blood of those in Ukraine, in the Donbass, in Donetsk, Lugansk, Mariupol, the blood
from them are on Putin, are on Prigozhin, are on Gherkin, are on you, Hinkle. But I know you don't care. We're going to look at that later.
Blood of those in Zaporozhye and Kherson and Kharkov, all across the region of fighting, is on the hands of those in the United States Congress right now.
This has nothing to do with the content of the speech. But that delivery, that's just bad delivery. Like, he had the anger, but he went up too late. Way too late. Like, Norris No class, no charm, no charisma. A good speaker, a great speaker. Which Hinkle, being a former political candidate, and B, a streamer, he should be used to speaking. But he has never given a speech. I've given speeches. You give me a week, and I'll deliver a fucking speech, I'll tell you. Like, you'll have laughs, and I can rally up a crowd like nobody's business. I have no fears when I am on stage. Completely fearless. I'm in the moment, and I can move the crowd with me. Guarantee you. Okay. What you want to do, you have two options here. Either you harp on, like he did there, like he tried to do there. The blood of them are on their hands. The blood of them are on their hands. The blood of them, the blood, blah, blah, blah. The blood of children, the blood of Ukrainian fathers, the blood of politicians, the blood of Ukrainian kids are on the hands of the people in that building. But he didn't do that. He went, the blood on their hands, the blood on their hands. Listen here. Listen. Let's just listen to when he goes up. And it's way too late, and the crowd isn't with him there. Because that's a cheer moment. That is what he wants. He wants them to cheer there. But he goes up way too late, and he doesn't give them the build-up to release to the crescendo, you know.
That's the average life expectancy of... And the blood of those young men.
The blood of those young men. Like a kind of Bill Clinton-esque in his deliverance here.
The blood of every Russian. The blood of those in Ukraine, in the Donbass, in Donetsk.
No anger. No frustration here. Like, if I believe this, if I was to give this speech, and I could deliver the exact same speech, but I'd change it to Congress and say the Kremlin. I could deliver the exact same speech with that, Cat. But I'd have anger, frustration, something. There's nothing here. He doesn't believe what he's saying here. That's why. He has been given this speech where he has just, what do I need? I need to focus on the blood. Blood on their hand. Whose blood? The Ukrainian soldiers. The Russian soldiers, of course. Like
Lugansk, Mariupol, the blood of those in Zaporozhye and Kherson and Kharkov, all across the region of fighting is on that.
Like this whole list. This is absolutely grifting. There's not an ounce of sincerity in his speech here. But this whole thing should have been a ramp up. But now comes the ramp up.
In the hands of those in the United States Congress right now.
You can hear him, woo! Like it's a golf clap.
The suits that they wear are drenched in their blood. The food that they eat is a blood stew. The halls of Congress that they go vote in.
Wait. What's after that? He's not saying anything. It's almost it's like this close to please clap moment, like this close. But the crowd here is obviously there for him. The please clap crowd really wasn't that interested in Jeb, you know. That's why he had to do it. And that is a hard moment to watch.
To send $10 billion more to Ukraine.
Do not wear sunglasses when you're delivering a speech. Are you stupid? You want to be able to see the ice. But also, Like, I can hear the anger. Like, we're going to have this here. I'm just going to replay here. Listen to the voice. Listen to the voice, but look at the face. I'm just going to have this here as a reference. Can I not? Okay. Oh, there we go.
So I want to leave you with something right now.
Wait,
because
didn't I
people
rewind?
Hear it right now. 10 billion.
Okay. Listen to the voice. Look at the face and have this as reference. Look at the eyebrows. The only thing we can see here. That's probably why he has those glasses. So you can't see that there's no anger in his face. He's just raising his voice.
The halls of Congress that they go voting to send $10 billion more to Ukraine. The roofs are dripping with the blood of those Ukrainian soldiers. And if you listen closely, you can hear it right now. You can.
Like, it's so goofy. But again, there's no anger in his face. It's just performance. That's all it is. And it's a bad performance. And this whole, like, he wanted this whole, and then you can, like, there's a crescendo, and then we close down. And if you listen closely, you can hear the sound of babies. Bones being broken up. And Democrats just nibbling along. Ukrainian soldiers, Ukrainian children being feasted upon by Democrats. Like,
so I want to leave you with something right now, because people often ask me, you know, what is it that we can do? We're on the precipice of World War III. What is it that we can do? We want peace with the Russians. We want to build a new multipolar world. We want peace. We want prosperity. We want to lift the global masses out of poverty. That's what we all want, right? But there's a select...
Unless they're Ukrainian, I guess.
There's a select few who understand that if they take us to World War III, and if they toy around with the idea of mutually assured destruction and nuclear Armageddon and hundreds of thousands of lives being lost, they stand to make a lot of money. So,
he's talking about himself here. I do, but I'm not giving it out because I use it for my photography and I want to keep these two separate. So I'm not giving out my Instagram.
Make a lot of money. So, what I need you all to do.
No, so I wanted to. Here, he's talking about himself. Listen closely.
Lives being lost. They stand to make...
Oh my God, I need to go even further back.
And hundreds of... With the idea of take us to World War III. There's a...
Here we go. Listen here. This is him. Like, I've talked about it before. The Captain Skirt, Captain Klänning in Swedish, who used feminism to shield himself from criticism within the police organization. He was the head of the police, the Swedish police. And he used feminism as the only thing he talked about, which gave him the nickname Captain Skirt, because all he cared about was the skirts. And then after he had retired, he was caught with I believe a 14, maybe 15-year-old, paying her. And they found in his trunk a lot of BDSM toys. Like lots of them. He was using feminism to shield himself, to avoid critical eyes for his sexism. That is what Jackson Hinkle is doing in this speech. And what he's doing here is also projection. Because he stands to make a lot of money if Russia succeeds. If Russia fails, he might go to jail. But if they succeed, sanctions are lifted, there's some money pouring in for him. Guarantee it.
There's a select few who understand that if they take a...
That's why he's laughing there. That's why he's laughing there. His subconscious, he might not even be aware of it. I do believe he's aware of it, but he might not be. But that's why he's laughing there. Because he's talking about himself. Guaranteed.
Us to World War III. And if they toy around with the idea of mutually assured destruction and nuclear Armageddon and hundreds of thousands of lives being lost, they stand to make a lot of money. So, what I need you all to do from this point onward is to continue this energy you have here today. Fight the information war. Demand not one more bullet, not one more tank, not one more gun, not one more piece of artillery, not one more dollar, not one more penny be sent to the Nazis in Ukraine.
Much better delivery. But I'm still not seeing anger. I'm not seeing... Like, look at the brows. They are not moving. And I think it just hit me. Isn't that a psychopath? When someone is angry, their eyebrows will furrow downwards, and their lips will curl up in a snarl. Shock and surprise are expressed through widened eyes and raised eyebrows. There are some occasions where psychopaths cannot control their body language. Their body language leaks out in micro-expressions which, although fleeting, lasting for milliseconds, can be revealing. One such micro is duping delight. There's a flash of smile across the lips of a person who has gotten away with telling a lie. They cannot help themselves. The feeling of getting one over another person is so great that it escapes the control of nature of the psychopath. What did I just say?
Want to lift the global masses out of poverty. That's what we all want, right? But there's a select few. There's a select few who understand that if...
You can see the face. But he controls himself.
But there's a select few. There's a select few who understand.
This is the most expression I've seen from him.
And
that is this. Absolutely. He has duping delight here. He has pulled one over on you, on this entire crowd, and he can't help himself. You often see duping delight in police interviews of serial killers. You have to slow down the tape interview to catch the smirk, but it is there. Other micro-expressions like anger, surprise, and shock, again, you have to be fast pick up, blah, blah, blah. Lack of emotion during speech, dominant social setting, but I want... eyebrow? No? Psychopaths don't move their heads when talking. Wait, okay. So you can see here. Now, some psychopaths apparently have frowns. I have wrinkles in my forehead, on my forehead. We can see here, no wrinkles. No wrinkles. No wrinkles. No wrinkles. That means they do not do this very much. Because they did not have access to Botox, okay? Let's be clear here. Psychopaths don't move the upper half of face. Okay, anyway, I am very sure that we're looking at a psychopath. I like it's almost guaranteed.
That if they take us to World War III,
but again,
and if they toy around with the idea,
listen to the deliverance that he comes here when he ramps up towards the end.
Nuclear Armageddon and hundreds of thousands of lives being lost. So, this energy I need you all to do from this point onward.
From now, he's going to ramp up to a crescendo.
Today, fight the information war. Demand not one more bullet, not one more tank, not one more gun, not one more piece of artillery, not one more dollar, not one more penny be sent to the Nazis in Ukraine. Demand peace. Thank you all for being here. Continue this energy.
Much better deliverance, Jackson. Much, much better than the first one. It's just came up and down. Like, there's a ramp up here. Still, the crowd is very silent. But they are more, like, I believe they were more, I think I heard more people cheering there and clapping, perhaps. Either way, absolute psycho. Let's see how he talks, because this is why I wanted to talk about this in the first place. This is a psychopathic video. Like now that I've honed in on it, that there might not be everything up here. There might not be a soul behind those eyes. We're gonna see.
The main narrative you hear from the West, or you've heard from the West?
He moves his head. I might be wrong. I could be wrong. He's moving the head when talking. But again, that could just be learned behavior as well. It's possible. It is absolutely possible.
Pre-war, at least, about Russia for years and years and years, whether it's in Hollywood, CIA-produced movies, whether it's Democratic politicians, or Republican politicians too, whether it is Western mainstream media outlets, Putin is a tyrant. Putin, he finds appropriate exits for anyone who challenges him. They get put in prison, locked away in Siberia, or they get shoved out of a window. These are, it's like, this is always... And I'm not saying that Putin...
So first, he's going to deny it. He has a mocking tone to it, That's the first thing. But now he's verbalized it. And you can see like the idea happening in his mind.
Put in prison, locked away in Siberia.
You see here, a very serious stare, a very serious tone. Maybe, like, people say this, they're slandering him. This is propaganda we are hearing from the West. Very serious tone here.
Or they get shoved out of a window.
Like, mockingly, solemnly mocking, I would call this. He's solemnly taking the accusations tonally seriously, but with a mocking flair, so to speak.
These are,
But then you see that. But as soon as he's like done with the mocking, the thoughts the psycho thoughts starts creeping in. And he smiles.
These are, it's like, this is always... And I'm not saying that Putin hasn't done that. I can almost guarantee you that Putin has definitely probably killed.
So first he mocks it, then he confirms it, that he agrees that, probably. The dude was a KGB officer after all.
Many men himself, okay? I can almost, because if you watch Oliver Stone's, it's a 6-part HBO series, I believe. The Putin.
Why would we watch that? Again, Russian propaganda.
Interviews. Oliver Stone went to Russia several times over a course of several years, and he interviewed Putin, did a lot of really cool things with him, played ice hockey, watch How to Love the Bomb, whatever that movie is. So Dr. Strangelove. So he did a lot of really cool things with him, but I remember there's this cool things.
Like they played hockey, he allowed Putin to speak and spread his propaganda, and they did a lot of cool things, sucked his cock, like a lot of cool things. They're really good friends. Like he allowed Oliver Stone to sleep at his home. Apparently, Putin even tucked him in at night, read him a little bedtime story, kissed him on the forehead, like a really nice dude. Sucked his cock, just a nice dude.
I think it was episode 3. He was sitting down with Putin at this round table in the Kremlin, and he asked Putin, he's like, so something to the effect of, there's probably a lot of people who want you dead. Fidel Castro, I don't think you've beaten his record yet, but Fidel Castro, there was X many, I think it was like 100, 200, maybe 300 I think it was like 100 plus 120 assassination attempts on Fidel Castro.
I see so much more facial movements here than I did during the speech. But I heard more passion during the speech. Again, I'm just pointing out, this dude didn't believe a word he said. He knows reality. He was duping you, and that's why he laughed. He believed that he had pulled the wool out of from over your eyes. Not from over your eyes. He had pulled the wool over your eyes.
And Fidel Castro always, he got out of it. He was never killed. One of my favorite Fidel Castro.
This is a good story, though.
Fidel Castro assassination
whatever.
story.
He an American woman was tasked to murder him, and he seduced him herself. Instead, he fucked her. Fidel Castro fucked a U.S. agent, a U.S. assassin, out of assassinating him. That's how good he is in bed, apparently.
Oysters or something at the bottom. I don't know if this was just a plan or it's a huge one. They sent a journalist, blonde, to go go out to dinner after. He looked intelligent, do anything to her. He negated that fucker.
Like you can tell that story without this whole, without all of this.
So I always think that stuff. So it's like that dude, like him or not, respect what he did for Cuba or not. Which I have many criticisms about, the leadership in Cuba, definitely today, more so than under his
They're too liberal.
Leadership, but also under his leadership.
Again, too liberal is his critique, I'm betting.
You can't discount him for the revolution they led, which was just incredible. I went and toured all the military barracks and fortresses. Some of the finest fortresses on the face of the earth, like built by the French. And the way that they went about their revolution, it was just so all the ways he got out of those assassins. Putin.
No, thank you.
Okay,
so he, again, remember, solemnly mocking first, laughing, and that's not true, and then remember, let's tell this story. And now he's going to tell the thing I wanted to get here too.
Ask this question, Fidel had this many assassination attempts, and you've probably had a fair share yourself. And he said, I deal with all of my security concerns on my own. Everyone understands that if anyone tries to, he didn't say this in particular, I'm paraphrasing. He said something to the effect of like, If there is any security threat, I deal with it myself. I will be the one who deals with it. I don't need people around me. I am the one who will deal with it. Cold and chilling response.
That is not a... Whew, that is cold. That is chilling. That is not... This is not the face you make when you are, like, in the face of a psychopath, you know? This is not the face you make then.
Around me, I am the one who will deal with it. Cold and chilling response.
That laugh, again, he likes it.
Response, no doubt. I mean, all I can imagine...
He's holding back even. Look at the jaw. He's pushing the jaw. He's holding back here.
Cold and chilling response, no doubt.
He wants to. Look at the...
We'll deal with it. Cold and chilling response.
Like there.
Response, no doubt. I mean, all I can imagine, it's just like in my head, what I imagined when he said that, I was just thinking about like all of these senior like Russian officials, and there's a guy being like charged for treason or something, and he tried to backstab Putin in a very nefarious way, like a truly treasonous manner, tried to assassinate him, tried to do something terrible. And you know, Putin's had very big disagreements. Look at Medvedev in Libya. Putin said that was one of the biggest mistakes, you know, any Russian leader made, that Gaddafi would still be alive if he had been president when Medvedev was. And
not a chance. Nope.
So it's not like in the Western press how they make it out.
Because Putin was still in charge.
Putin just kills for fun. If that was the case, he definitely would have killed Medvedev. No,
because Putin was still in charge back then. Medvedev just acted on Putin's behalf.
Not while he's president, but thereafter. But anyways,
I don't think anyone in the West thinks Putin kills for fun. Not in his own ranks, at least. Like maybe he has some Ukrainian kids that he has kidnapped on his estate in next to Crimea. Like maybe he has kids there that he has like games with, so he kills them. You know, maybe. But not among his own rank. He doesn't kill for fun because he needs them still. They're still useful, especially when they do his bidding.
Imagine is like just Putin's like, all right, everybody come here, and like he walks them all out, and then he lists the crimes of the guy, and then shoots him himself. Like that's kind of what I imagine he probably does. I mean, again, like it or not, it's just it's a clear and concise and very bold way of dealing with your problems and making sure that they don't come up again.
I just want to hear that one more time. And look at the glee on his face.
Come here, and like, not while he's president, but thereafter. But anyways,
now he's going to start that thought, and that thought is amusing to him.
All I can imagine is...
There's even a laugh. There's even a fucking laugh.
Like, just... Putin's like, all right, everybody come here, and like, he walks them all out, and then he lists the crimes of the guy, and then shoots him himself. Like, that's kind of what I imagine he probably does. I mean, again, like it or not, it's just, it's a clear and concise and very bold way of dealing with your problems and making sure that they don't come up again.
This guy claims to be anti-war? Now I ask you, is there even a chance? For me, after today, there's not a sliver of doubt in my mind anymore. We're dealing with a psychopath, a high-functioning psychopath, sure, but a psychopath. I want to talk to a psychologist about this, because there is a tradition within psychology to diagnose people afar. Some afflictions you can diagnose from afar. You not need to interact with everyone to be able to diagnose them. Cat. Psychopath is one of those. We know enough now to be able to see it by the way they speak, by what they speak about. I'm not qualified to do that. Of course, I am a layman. But I'm also not a doctor, and I am confident when I say, if a bone is sticking out of your body, you have a broken bone. Like, very strong authority to say that, I believe. And I believe I have a very strong authority here as well.
But anyways, the reason why I tell that story is because Putin today, he was speaking at the Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok. And there was many things that Putin said in this gathering, and we're going to go over some of them. But one thing I really found more true than anything else was what he said about Donald Trump. Because for all the criticisms that are thrown his way, that are lobbed his way, Navalny, oh my gosh, you throw people out of windows, you know.
Which again, he admitted to doing. Or he admits he probably did. And we know that he did. Or does.
Look at what's happening in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
They're throwing boulders in a glass home, you know. Listen to this. Listen to what Putin had to say about the persecution of Donald Trump. As for the prosecution of Trump, for us, what is happening in today's conditions, in my opinion, is good. Why? Because it shows the rottenness of the American political system, which cannot pretend to teach others about democracy. Everything that is happening with Donald Trump is the persecution of a political rival for political reasons. That's what it is. And this is being done in front of the U.S. public and the whole world. They simply expose their internal problems. Now, I've heard Putin...
They expose their internal problems. If, like, Jackson Hinkle, nobody who isn't stupid, woefully ignorant, brainwashed, or a psychopath would equate what is happening to Donald Trump with murder. Would claim that what is happening to Donald Trump is a political hit job. He broke the law more ways than one. What is it? What is he up to? 110 indictments? I mean, he has been a criminal from day one. He has been a mobster from day one. He grew up and he became successful in New York in the 80s. There were a lot of people you had to grease the hands of to be able to build anything in New York at that time. Anything.
Putin speak a lot of facts, say a lot of very true things, but that one really hits home because I mean,
the person I just admitted murders political rivals. He speaks the truth. That guy. Like, listen to the voice. This is not just grifting. This is beyond grifting.
I've heard Putin speak a lot of facts, say a lot of very true things, but that one really hits home because
look at the eyes. This is not sincerity.
Things, but
if Trump wins, I'm leaving America. Are you? Are you? Like, I've heard a lot of people say that. A lot of people say that. Nobody ever does. Do you have the funds? Have you updated your passport? I agree. You should. Do you have somewhere you can go? Will you get if we get a status? You have talked about it. That's good. That's good. Do you have somewhere you can go? Do you have family outside of the country? If you can't go outside the country, because I believe, don't you live in Florida? At least move to, I'd say, California or something, like a populous state with a lot of people. Buy yourself a gun. Talk to the neighbors. And by the way, buy the gun before he gets into office. Lol, my fam can get eaten by the Republicans. Oh, you're Cuban. Whew. I am sorry to hear that. But again, yeah, if you can flee the... You know what? Cuba? They probably take you in. That's like... I don't know if Europe, any country in Europe is going to allow for refugee status when Trump gets into office. Down the line, yeah. But it's going to take a while. We are slow moving here, unfortunately. Cuba, on the other hand, they'd probably take you in. Like, it's... I don't think... I wouldn't recommend moving to Cuba. But if that's the only option, if Trump gets into office, yeah, maybe. It's possible. But again, this is beyond grifting, in my opinion. This is, like I've said it, but this is psychopathy. He has learned what cadence to use, what infliction to use, what level of speaking to use, at what point to make his without sincerity, because he doesn't know how to be sincere.
That one really hits home because
that one really hits home because
that one really hits home.
That one really hits home.
Because I mean, you guys know I have my criticisms of Trump. I'm not a Trump dick rider. I love the MAGA movement, but I've got very big criticism.
Wait, when did this video come out? 8 days ago. You're not a dick rider. Sure thing, buddy.
Of Trump, but you like Trump, you hate him. You have to understand what's happening to him right now. It's a deep state attack on Trump. They're trying to lock him away and kill him. Make sure he can't run for president. They're now...
Make sure he can't run for president is absolutely true. And fair.
Thinking about charging him with insurrection, which will prevent him from actually being on any ballot. You have to understand what's happening. He posed the smallest fraction of a threat to the deep state in his first term. He put many of these people in his administration. Well, the RNC did. But you could say by default he did. You know, you get into the presidency, you have thousands of positions to fill. He's not a DC guy. He relied on the RNC to staff these positions. That's why you got people like Pompeo, Bolton, so on and so forth in the administration in high up positions. But
that's why. Yeah, okay.
You know, he posed such a small threat to the...
Such a small threat. Such a small threat. Trump, such a small threat that there was an insurrection against the government. That's a small threat.
To the deep state, but a threat nonetheless. And this is what they're doing to him. Putin defends him. Trump charges are political persecution. The numerous criminal charges against former U.S. President Donald Trump amount to persecution and showcase the rot in the American political system. Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated, the U.S. in its current...
Wait, what was this page? He always does this, every time.
Yes. And this is what they're doing to him. Putin
Which website is this? He always does this. Every goddamn time. Trump charges all political persecution, Putin. Guaranteed to be a Russian puppet outlet. Sorry. Can I just... Trump charges are... Is that it? This is not the outlet. Not the outlet. Not the outlet. Not the outlet. Is it maybe even RT? It might be RT. But again, he doesn't. I see green. RT mirror. Let's see. I know there's mirror pages for RT. Anyway, I'm very certain because of this screen, because of this screen right here, this is Russia Today. Absolutely.
Defends him. Trump charges are political persecution. The numerous criminal charges against former U.S. President Donald Trump amount to persecution and showcase the rot in the American political system. Russian President Vladimir Putin has stated, the U.S. in its current state cannot claim the right to teach others democracy, the Russian leader said on Tuesday. The things that are happening to Trump are persecution of a political competitor. That is what it is. Okay, and exposes Washington for what it is. The U.S. demonstrates what they called in Soviet times the bestial...
I like how he just reads Putin's quotes. Like that's... Ooh, look at that face.
Is. The U.S. demonstrates what they called in Soviet times the bestial scowl of imperialism.
Okay, that's just concentration. Okay, so he can actually frown his and do facial expressions. That's good to see.
Trump was accused of having...
He just can't do it when he actually delivers something. Only when he concentrates, apparently.
A special relation with Russia, which is total nonsense and bullshit. But he was the president who introduced the most sanctions against Russia. He did. He did.
Now, why would Putin defend someone? Putin defend a U.S. president who created that much sanctions against him? Maybe it's a play for, it's a theater. It's a stage. He's just lying. It's a game. Like, we don't know what they discussed in that meeting because there were no records kept. And then they had another meeting with only a Russian translator present. And we know Putin doesn't need a translator. So what was said, we do not know.
And he tried to warn Germany not to entertain. He tried to warn Merkel not to entertain the Nord Stream pipeline. You know, Donald Trump was I don't want to call him necessarily hawkish towards Russia. I don't think that's the right term because Joe Biden is hawkish towards Russia.
Wait,
but
who's
Russia?
hawkish?
I don't think that's the right term because Joe Biden is hawkish towards Russia.
Oh yeah.
But
okay.
Donald Trump
Yeah, sure.
was not a bitch of Russia. He was not a Putin, ally per se, as so many claim that he was.
This isn't about Putin. This is about Kim Jong-un. But still, there were beautiful love letters. We fell in love with each other. Okay, they were beautiful. They were perfect love letters. And then I sucked his cock. Okay.
But I think Donald Trump, for all of the negative influence that he had in his ear, his goal with Russia, with China, in China they call him Comrade Trump. Did you know that? That's why George Soros hates Trump. George Soros says China's the number one threat to open
every goddamn time. Like, boom, ace.
Societies in China, they call Trump Comrade Trump. The hardline communists, the hardline Chinese nationalists, they call him Comrade Trump. It's like an ongoing joke on what's the Chinese YouTube? Is it I forget what it's called. But that's what they call him. Because Donald Trump's sanction policies and the economic war, the tariff war, I should say, that actually benefited the Chinese hardliners. It benefited the communists. And I think Trump truly saw his position in the presidency as to be chief executive.
Wait.
That actually benefited the Chinese economic war, the tariff war, I should say. That actually benefited the Chinese hardliners.
So he did the bidding of the Communist Party? No wonder they called him Comrade Trump.
Benefited the communists. And I think Trump truly saw his position in the presidency as to be chief executive officer. I'm not the first person to say that.
What? Oh, CEO. Yeah, he did. That's a bad thing.
I know, but when you look at it through a foreign policy standpoint, it makes all the more sense, okay? He doesn't want war, but he wants rigorous competition. It's not how I would lead if I was president of the United States. I think we, as a nation, should go back to the ideology of Henry Carey, Abraham Lincoln's economic advisor, who focused on win-win cooperation with other countries to build up the world. But I don't think that Donald Trump's method of rigorous and strong competition is necessarily bad. It's definitely not as bad as all-out warfare.
Yeah, of course you don't think that. If it's gonna favor the authoritarians, your people, fascists, of course you don't think that's bad.
Fair, like what Joe Biden's doing, or threatening war with Taiwan and stuff like that.
Excuse me? Threatening war with Taiwan? Joe Biden is threatening Taiwan. That's new information to me, boys. That's new information. He could be.
China, it's nowhere near that bad. And I don't know if you can really categorize it as definitively a bad thing either. I just think it's not the right approach. But it is true.
He's yada, yada, yada. He's just a right-winger. He's conservative. He thinks, or he's fooling you if you think he's a communist or socialist or left-wing at all. there's nothing left-wing, yada, yada, yada. He's just a conservative. He likes to suck dick, and his girlfriend had disavowed him, stuff like that.
True. He was not a Putin puppet, as they say. Now, Putin went on in this speech to also make other, he highlighted other hypocrisies from the West, one of which was Russia's relation with Africa. The West is getting very upset right now about all these anti-neocolonial coups happening in the Sahel region. And now
that's interesting. He called it a coup. Or coups, even. Now, forgive me for being presumptuous here. Or for being principled here. I tend to not like coups. Coups leads to death. Coups leads to destruction. People's revolution, I can get behind that. The people are behind it. Sure, go ahead, do it. Coups are led by a select few people, usually military. But of course, the psychopath likes it.
Now spreading to countries like Gabon, further southeast. And Putin brought up some other interesting points regarding that. The West is so upset right now. France, the Dutch, the United States, they're so upset about all these coups in Africa and that Africa's turning towards Russia. In Africa right now, where these coups are taking place, and in countries where the coups have not taken place, they're literally running out of the fabric colors of red, blue, and white because of how many Russian flags they're making. What they're doing now is they're cutting up the French flags that were...
And so every accusation from these people is an admission. When they accuse someone of being a pedo, they're admitting that they like to diddle kids. When they are accusing someone of being a groomer, they're admitting that they are a groomer. When they are accusing you, Kat, orchestrating a coup in Ukraine, they are admitting that they are orchestrating coups in other countries. Every accusation is an admission from these people.
We're already in the country, and they're rearranging them to make them into Russian flags. Okay, because so many people want to buy and wave the Russian flag in Africa. Now, Putin came out today and said, Africa will never forget that the West caged its children. Russian President Vladimir Putin...
Same website. I see the green. This is RT again. Do not trust a word that comes out of here.
That the West caged its children. Russian President Vladimir Putin remarked on Tuesday that African nations will always remember the dark chapter of Western colonial oppression when European powers trafficked children from the continent and put them on display in cages.
Now, we're talking about way back. We did this. Absolutely. The transatlantic slave trade, among others. Sure, Kat. But this is long gone. This is not happening today. This hasn't happened in my lifetime, your lifetime, Putin's lifetime. This is old news.
Putin also claimed that...
I don't blame Africa, by the way, for being mad at us for it. I think they should have reparations. I think we should help them more, give them better deals than what we are giving them. Loan forgiveness. We should do reconstruction of their nations. We should have trade deals with them that are very favorable to their local produce. And we should probably consider importing some of their produce that they are growing locally, that they are in excess to what they need themselves, import it here. I'm sure there's some crops down there that we do not have here, that we can't grow here. Why don't we import it? Do it favorably. Do it well. Russia, China, not Russia, but China is giving them a better deal than West is doing, than the IMF is doing, I don't blame African nations for taking that deal. Russia, though, the Wagner Group...
The same countries are trying to push their former dominions into indentured servitude. Speaking at the plenary session of the Eastern Economic Forum in Vladivostok, the Russian leader predicted it would not be too difficult for Russia to restore relations with Africa to the level of the Soviet era. Okay, Putin noted these countries remember not only Soviet aid, but also Western ruthlessness. As late as 1957, people from Africa were taken to Europe in cages.
57? It's kind of late. African kids brought to Europe in cages 1957. No, I do not want to bookmark it. However, Putin knows there's blah, 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 people from South Africa, Europe, blah, blah, blah. Oh. Okay. Okay. That's fucking ghoulish. That's fucking ghoulish. The Belgians. And the Belgians, those fuckers. Like, like Belgian have some svarte pär, black peat. They have some history to reckon with, I believe. I think we should listen to these people, to be honest.
You can't watch that without tears. Children sitting in cages, displayed for everyone to see, Putin recalled. No one in Africa will forget that. I agree. Putin also made some very interesting points regarding...
Nor should they forget it. But turning to Russia is not going to help them in the long run.
We've covered this extensively.
And again,
how Russia's working further to build ties with Africa. Russia working on visa-free travel to more African nations, incredibly base. And Africa benefiting from ties with Russia. The continent wants to see more Russian businesses invest. An African expert has said, Percy Morapedi Koji, vice president of the African Economic Leadership Council, emphasized Russia's significant role as a key partner, facilitating trade, investments, and cooperation across various sectors on the continent in an interview with RIA Novosti on the sidelines of the Eastern Economic Forum. Russia is one of those countries that we're looking to build even closer relationships with. The increase of cooperation in everything from trade to tourism will help attract more Russian entrepreneurs to South Africa. We'd like to see more Russian companies in South Africa and vice versa. So there you have it. Putin calling out the Western hypocrisy that's on full display. Everyone sees it, everyone talks about it. But it's a whole nother thing for Putin to call it out on one of the highest stages in the world.
Like pure hypocrisy, pure psychopathy. Last thing, then I have to leave because the cats wants food and I have to fix some things at home before my girlfriend gets home. I want to see, because I don't think I ever went over these. And there might be some insight here into the mind of Jackson Hinkle. After boiling ex-boyfriend Jonah Hill's eggs, Sarah Brady goes after previous lover, the pro-Russian MAGA zealot Jackson Hinkle, in humiliating multi-prong attack. Let's see here. I dated Jackson Hinkle over 3 years ago, and he considered himself a democratic socialist. So he was a Bernie-crat, you know. At the time, ran for city council in San Clemente at 18. He asked me to take this pic. Where is it? In the military industrial complex. Oh, Jackson. Oh, look there. Oh, what is this? Does this look like someone? Come on. Look, this look like someone who wants to end the military industrial complex? Or does it look like someone who is against U.S. military industrial complex? Talking about Jackson, he becomes such a bozo. I know, right? I don't know what happened to him, but he was very angry when our relationship ended and said he was going to therapy because of me. LOL. He was right to recognize that the incredible person you are slipped away from him, and good fucking riddance for you. Also, the because of is rich. Therapy is about growing and shifting yourselves. This it could be, this is not only is this psychopathy, it actually could be narcissism, you know? But I think it's traits of a psychopath. Can I get a list here? Signs. Superficial charm and charisma. Yeah, I'd say this applies to Jackson. Unnecessarily cruel and mean streak. Laughing about murdering people, you know. Lies, exaggeration, and dishonesty. Like, come on. Lack of accountability and playing the blame game. He said he was going to therapy because of me. That's the blame game. Oh, sorry. Need for power, control, and dominance. Sadistic enjoyment of pain and suffering. Boredom and thrill-seeking behavior. Disregard for rules, laws, and norms. Unaffected and unafraid of consequences. Maybe, I don't know. Detached, cold, and callous demeanor. A history of childhood behavioral problems. Maybe, I don't know. A trail of short, broken relationships. Sorry. Exploitation of others for personal gain. Calculated and strategic planning, maybe. A lack of conscience, oh, for sure. Abnormal way of thinking. I think I've demonstrated that today. Poor attention span and loss of interest, maybe. I have no idea, actually. Maybe not. Violent tendencies, abuse, and aggression. That is what we're reading about. Hostile and oppositional by nature. Oh yeah. Taking the position that Russia is in the right. That's this. Absolute master of deception. Oh yeah. I think I can slam the psycho button right here, right now. Calls himself a MAGA communist now and associates himself with the Russian Orthodox Church. Literally crying with date stamps and all. Haha, wait. Date stamps? I don't see a date stamp. Or is it here, perhaps? Too low quality. MAGA communist now and associates himself with the Russian Orthodox Church. He kept on tons of his democratic socialist activists boy pics in his feed too. PTSD is not a sign of weakness. PTSD is part of my diagnosis. And I do get actually triggered sometimes, and not triggered in the way that people who do not have PTSD use them. Me having an emotional reaction to something you say because I am triggered does not mean I am assuming you are telling me to do anything, and it does not mean I'm mad at you. It just means I am triggered and losing control in my emotional and physical responses. That's why I said I need to get off the phone to handle my trigger reaction without subjecting you to that reaction. Yeah. I think there's more here that she isn't letting on. But I think I have substantiated my claim fairly well. Fairly well here. I would like to talk to, I mean, if there are someone out there who comes across this video and wonders, hey, I'm actually former friends with that guy. I have some stories to tell. And by all means, guys, come on in. Or if you're a psychologist and you wanna tell me about the signs you see when you look at Jackson Hinkle, or you want to tell me that I'm actually wrong, or that I've exaggerated my analysis or whatever, like some nuanced perspective, like some kind of fucking, I don't know, expert. Sure. Come on, or write a comment. I'd love to hear it. But I'm very certain that I am correct here. Like you can see in Trump, he has some mental issues. There's something there. He's not the brightest guy. Jackson Hinkle, I'll admit, he's not stupid. He is not stupid. But who tells him what stories to read, what texts to read, when? I think we all know who tells him. He has a handler, for sure. Anyway, that is all for today. I have to go. I'm sorry, or not sorry. It's been a long stream, actually, over 4 hours. Thank you, Socialist, for being here, and thank you. Where is it? Thank you, Blaze. Even though you're not still around, but you might hear it later. I have to go. Might be streaming tomorrow, and I'll probably do the Matt Walsh thing tomorrow then. Take care. Bye-bye. I love you all.